All right, guys, for the 8th millionth time.
Here we are.
Here we are, like the little engine that could.
For all you,
we have returned.
Yeah, for all you crazy people hanging out, ready to pop back on.
It might have said, "Yeah, fuck these people, bro."
Yeah, oh, man, I'm going to watch Mr. Beast.
Yeah, we should be in the end of our second review by now.
Oh, remember how Sean? We were supposed to go on his podcast, and I don't even know what happened, but we never came through for him.
Oh yeah.
I guess.
Does he have another one?
His friend. Well, no, he was trying to fry bigger fish. He went to get Mr. Beast, and I guess Mr. Beast sent him like a nice note, signed and everything that said,
"I'm too busy.
I decline the offer." He was laughing.
Like, was it an actual letter?
I guess.
Was it a?
It was signed.
Huh.
So it must have been a
in
letter.
the mail?
I think that's what he was saying. I don't really know.
Shout out to Mr. Beast.
Shout out to the faithful three that are here.
All right.
What's up, Neil?
We're back again.
Yes,
inshallah.
negative
inshallah.
vibes. Look how fast you are clicking back on this.
Yeah. He's
this show.
Yeah. He's positive. He's positive vibes. Positive vibes. What's up, everybody?
Just look at my cup, and I also chose the background. Can you tell?
Oh yeah! Wow, that's interesting.
I love those bright colors. For the longest time, because we were like, you know how Christians are about people being gay. You know how they're always very like about it.
About what?
Gay.
Oh
and,
God, yeah.
You know, stuff like that. So it's like
I
I couldn't enjoy all this stuff because it was like, well, you know, what if people get the wrong idea? You know, it's all those things, all that pressure and all. Of course.
But even as a Christian, even as a homophobic Christian,
I wasn't a homophobe. I thought maybe I was gay. So
you could be
if I was holding
this. As a matter of fact, most homophobes are like secretly gay. I'm just saying, like,
I don't think I think I just wouldn't have wanted people to
I'm just saying that even like, couldn't you say the rainbow? Like the rainbow, we invented the rainbow in God's covenant with Noah. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it changed. When people see a rainbow, they think pride. They don't think.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's madness to me.
I think, you know what?
You're going to surrender God's symbol of peace with the earth to pagans?
Yeah,
you just let that happen?
More or less. I mean,
that's weird.
What else could be done?
Weird. I cannot wait for that Christian culture to die, man.
Oh, I know, me too.
It's not even a Christian culture, but we'll just call it that for shorthand.
Western.
I'm pretty sure that's gonna die with your parents.
Yeah, probably.
I think so anyway.
I would be not surprised if it did. I mean, there's enough. Each generation, like, they judge the generation previously and then they make adjustments.
Yeah.
So at some point we're gonna get some of this stuff right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna post that link.
I'm good with the trade-off. We'd be nice to gay people and babies. We'll be in good shape.
Oh, there was something I was gonna tell you today.
Also, gamers love the RGB. What's the RGB? Rainbow? Gamers like the rainbow too.
Roy G. Biv.
What's that?
The colors of the rainbow. Red,
I have a blackish
orange.
I have a black
yellow,
shark myself and has RGB lights.
Blue, indigo, violet. I was so happy when I figured that out in school, because I knew they were going to test us on the colors of the rainbow. And when I figured out that you just said Roy G. Biv and it was the acronym for the colors.
Oh, okay.
I got that every time.
Where's my tea? This is mine still, right?
That is yours.
Okay.
I don't put mine on the desk
with the two
anymore.
bags.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. For the 9 millionth time,
I think we're ready.
I am gonna post this.
Middle Earth is here, so we're definitely ready.
Oh my gosh! I thought you were saying, "Hey, well, wait a minute. There's no title here."
You mean there's no? Okay, make a title. As soon as my wife makes a title, then we'll be good to go.
I gotta block the other video first.
Just take it down, B.
I'll worry about that later. It's just gonna take extra time. I just needed to boop, put it private.
What happened?
I just needed to make it private so then I can go to the other one.
So which is this private or public now?
No, the one we're doing is public, but the other one was public as well, so I wanted to get rid of it because it was nothing. Okay, upload the thumbnail again. Talk to the people.
Do we have a Bikini Kill song?
No, that was yesterday.
We did a Bikini Kill song? We didn't even work yesterday.
Okay, you know what? I edited that song, Bikini Kill, because I just made the thumbnail today. So.
Oh, okay.
So, I don't know when we did it, but we did do a public. We did do. It should be coming out, I think, within the next couple of days. I have it scheduled to be released.
All right, Sean is back. What's up, Sean? Good to see you, big homie.
Copy link. All right.
All right, so you get once Sori has it copied and such, we'll be good to go, y'all.
Publish that. Public. Save. VinAnd Sori Village. Here we go. Boop.
Oh, look at that. Look at the big homie Slipknot Sean. Slipknot Sean.
Oh.
Started to do his own little channel. Started to do his own little thing. Go ahead, big homie. Keep it up, bro. Keep it up. People always ask us for advice. Biggest piece of advice, just
what
keep
does he
doing
say?
it.
We look like we're what?
Just keep doing it.
Yep.
No days off. It's no days off.
Oh, really?
Neil Murray in the house. Okay. Up from the middle stream. Yeah, it's up already. So.
Okay, well, it probably got released today.
I see. Okay.
Because I set 3 different things to be released.
Was out tonight. Just thought you missed the mark on the Bikini Kill song. Okay. You've always got encouraging things to say. It's good to see you. All right, guys. First song is up. That's BC. BC.
Feels blind.
BC.
Oh, yeah.
BC's in the running for happiest villager of the year.
No, honestly, BC, I'm pretty sure that there was 2 interpretations for that. Because after we looked it up, and I think you even knew that could be a second, but I don't think you wanted to go there with it.
Yeah.
It was just not wanting to have that topic. But there were both themes could be found in the song, so we went with one theme.
I mean, it's art. I mean, you can find a million themes in art. Just depends on what you're looking for. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay, guys. All right, so we are about to start. So here we are.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing, up right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinAnd Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. The child shall lead them.
Yes.
Okay, y'all. We got a mega stream coming up on the way. This is the Agents of Ambitus or Ambitus. I am not sure how to do that. This is the stream is the agent's favorites from this year. So as you can see there,
Oh,
boom.
and that's why they have that logo, the 2021 thing.
Correcto,
Cool,
correcto,
okay.
correcto, correcto. The first song, well, the first band we're listening to is a band called Deafheaven, which is an interesting name for a band, considering where music, and that's where you hear it, is the ear gate. But Deafheaven is the name of the band. The name of this song is a pretty interesting song. It's Giant
Great Mass of Color.
Yes, Great
But this was for the
Mass
big homie
of
Negative
Color.
Vibes.
Yes, so
Negative
it's
Vibes picks this one, so let's see what Negative Vibes
it's his
is the-
first. Okay, having said that, dear listener, here we go. Deafheaven.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Introduction. The agents of
Ambitus, I don't know.
present 2021 in review. Our goal was to introduce you to some of the highlights of the year for 2021 from bands you may have never even heard from before. We endeavored to pick bands that never have been reviewed by VinAnd Sori. This is not necessarily a best of list of songs released in 2021, but this is some of the music we loved this year, and we wanted to share it with the village.
See there?
Aw.
That's the 2021.
Yeah, cool.
That's the Angels of Ambitus. Ambitus. Okay, but is it Bitus or Bitus? I think it's Bitus. Okay. Having said that, dear listener, we have the songs, we have the lyrics. The time has arrived. Let's go. Go. Great Mass of Color. Let's go.
Wow.
I could see why that was Song of the Year for someone. Holy smokes.
Negative vibes. Wow, that was a good one.
That was his Song of the Year?
Well, no, they didn't say Song of the Year. Remember, it's just what they enjoyed this year a lot.
Oh.
But but they picked them not because they were the best of the year, because they were trying to pick bands we'd never heard of before.
Okay.
And wow, that goes
I love
there's
that
a certain
style.
Yes. I was going to say there's a certain bucket of songs that you have that is like this, and it goes in that bucket, right?
You talking about me specifically?
You specifically, yeah.
You're right. You're completely right.
You get in
This is
certain
one of them.
moods, and you play certain music with your moods.
Yep.
And this is
definitely one of them.
One of those. Yeah, for you,
Yeah.
for sure.
It usually works out for you when I'm in the mood to listen to shit like this, though. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
So, it's definitely up there of one of his favorites of the year.
Quiet as a cradle, I laid in a middle night drift, spinning, hissing at the moon, conjured up the flowers to fix my impression of the gloom. I liked that because it sounded like, maybe everything seemed so dark, and like life is so much about choices, and we can choose to be very miserable or we can choose to be happy, and circumstances are what they are. And, like I was really trying to have a good day today. And it's like, I told you I got up early. The shower wasn't working because they were changing the hot water tank. And so that kind of set me off because I'm like, then anyway, I was downstairs. I was cooking my breakfast and I literally dropped I don't know how it happened, dropped an entire egg on my sock foot. So then it seeped into the sock.
Foot?
Yeah, it wasn't like just a bare foot.
One foot had a sock, one didn't?
No, it was that my foot had a sock on it, and when I dropped the egg on it, the egg seeped into my sock.
Oh, I see.
And I think like everybody else, we hate wet socks, but like the idea of salmonella sinking into my sock and I couldn't take a shower was not good for me. But I was like, okay, I started getting a little frustrated. I'm like, no, I'm just going to let that one go. And then like right after that, I reached for the butter and like it like fell on me. It fell all over my shirt. I was like,
What?
I was getting.
You were like, what?
I was just trying. I was determined to have a good day. I was determined not to be miserable, even though I felt like I didn't sleep enough and there was other things, whatever. But so that's to me what he's doing when he said, because he said I laid in the middle of the night spinning, hissed at the moon. So I took that as like he had like sort of like this negative sort of feeling. I don't know if that's what he meant, but that's what I took it as. And then conjured up the flowers to fix my impression of the gloom. So like when I was a kid and I had to do a bunch of dishes, I would take the soap bottle and I would go and make tiny little bubbles come out. And then that was like kind of helped my mood brighten because I was doing the dishes. So I was like trying to find different things like that,
So it reminded you of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The vibe was just crazy, man. Like
so
it was
good.
so chill.
Smooth.
It was chill.
Yeah.
It was smooth. It just felt really, really good. Everything like took its time. Nothing was really being forced.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was just like a very, very chill situation. And the lyrics added to the chill for me. Like
for sure.
just the way that and the way that the singer was like singing the song along with the lyrics, it was just a thing of beauty, man. They like really figured that shit out. The video was interesting because it's great mass of color and they're he talked about red a lot. Things were fading into red.
Yeah.
And the video background was blue.
What does that mean?
So it's kind of weird. But yeah.
Fading into red. I was confused.
What do you mean?
Because, excuse me, dissolving into red, literally the only thing that I could think of was like, you're going to say, train always goes to that station, but passion or like sex. But that was not what was happening in the song. It seemed like it was fading into like chill.
He says, quiet as a cradle, I laid in a middle night drift, spinning, hissed at the moon, conjured up the flowers to fix my impression of the gloom.
It kind of sounds like you wake in the middle of the night,
Yeah, for sure. I feel them all, great mass of color, flooded in my bed. I feel them all, big mass of color, flooded in my bed.
Those are the
dissolving
flowers?
into red.
Those are the flowers?
Yeah, maybe. And then the red would be all the roses. Half awake, holding my ghost in the morning. Sunlight coming down the bend, maroon sky on the send. My great former terror when trees gave doves the leaves. That's a good line, bro. When trees gave doves the leaves.
My great former terror? When trees gave doves the leaves?
And I was grim drunk death, a stranger to myself.
And what does that even mean?
What do you mean?
My great former terror when trees gave doves the leaves. The only thing that I can think of is literally, remember when Noah sent the dove out and it went and it brought back leaves from the trees and said that they could leave the boat?
Yeah.
So do you think that there's any reference to that where he's saying maybe it was time for him to leave that state? I don't know.
No.
So just a guess. So what do you think he means?
I just like the idea of the trees giving the doves their leaves. I wasn't even thinking about
He says my great former terror.
I was just saying, I wasn't even thinking about how it fit into that. I just like the concept of the trees giving the doves their leaves.
Oh.
Instead of just saying that the dove incidentally eats the leaves or the dove incidentally lands on the tree.
But that the tree gave it.
It's that the tree I'm listening to this thing about all these physicists, and it's not just physicists, it's a whole bunch of disciplines. These people are abandoning the concept of a physical universe, which is very fascinating to me. And then it's talking about now you've got these gigantically brilliant Western scientists now giving credence to a real scientific form of animism, where even atoms themselves are conscious to some degree and have will and sentience. So, at first it was just physicists because the weird little experiment with a thing and you got to observe it and all that.
Yeah,
but even beyond that, listening to Kurt Jarmunkel, he's got all these brilliant people on and they're all attacking physicalism from all these different vantage points.
Wow.
And it's crazy because they come from one guy's an engineer, another guy's and they're all basically saying that it's not going to survive into the next century of scientific, enlightenment or whatever.
Wow.
So it's just fascinating when you hear about that because there's one guy that went so far as to say, he's like, I'm not sure. Well, there was one guy that was talking about the dichotomy between natural and supernatural not being a thing. I think you were there. And I was like, oh, I've been saying that on the channel for a year. Yeah. But I'm coming from it from a theological standpoint. They're coming from it from the opposite end of a scientific standpoint. But it's just fascinating. And then the idea that all of these, you can have billions and trillions of electrons and neutrons and they're sentient. And the only reason that we're seeing something that way is because they've decided to organize themselves in such a way, and that your whatever in your eye has basically made a deal and say, okay, we'll do that, and we can say that looks like that, and that way he can function in this. It's just really weird. It's very weird stuff, and it's really interesting because when you look at these people, it's not like triumphalism, we've discovered this thing, and they're kind of like, what the hell?
Yeah, yeah.
What do we do? What are we supposed to do with this? It's kind of weird. So anyway, when it talks about the trees giving the doves their leaves, that's what popped into my head. I was like, wow, that's the cooperative nature of not nature, but the cooperative nature of reality itself is basically so many things have to go together to accomplish what we call reality in the first place. They have to agree to work together. It's just crazy to me. And, you say, that randomly happens. That's fine. Okay, look, if you say, the majority report is that atoms are not sentient. Atoms don't know anything. I don't know how we could possibly know that atoms don't know anything.
There's a lot of things that
how could you know that? We don't even know the nature of what consciousness is.
Right.
But anyway, so I'm looking at this and he's talking about, sunlight coming down the bend, maroon sky on the mend, my great former terror when trees gave doves the leaves, and I was grim drunk death, a stranger to myself. I feel them all, great mass of color, flooded in my bed. I feel them all, great mass of color, flooded in my bed, dissolving into red. Do I need this affection? Do you? Do you need this confusion? Do you?
Is that the flowers talking back to him?
I don't know. I think he's talking about his girl here to some degree, right? Because he says he woke up beside his ghost or something like that. Remember that line?
Yeah, but I just thought that was I thought that he was having in-body, out-of-body experiences, half awake, holding my ghost in the morning. And the experience that he's having with the flowers, and I just thought it was just. And he says, he said something in here about. Damn it, what was it?
Said what?
I can't remember.
Just make it up. Go ahead.
No, I can't remember even. As soon as I was saying it, I got thinking. I was picturing someone in a bed with flowers and all of that stuff. And then, like, remember that we watched that? It was really a very scary movie to me. It was a little too graphic for me, but there was that Midsummer's Eve or something like that. Midsummer something or other.
Midsummer Night's Eve?
That
Shakespeare thing?
Well, no. This was a movie. We went to the theater, and it was, like, very gory. People, like, joined this cult thing, and...
Oh, Midsummer.
Yeah.
That was the name. It was Midsummer. Yeah.
Okay, that.
Yeah.
And remember, like, everything was, like, when they took the stuff, like, all of a sudden the leaves were, like, talking to them or something. You know, like, everything was, like, getting animated. Like,
they ingested that thingamajiggy. Yeah,
That's what I was picturing. Oh, no, he said something right here. Can I accept I'm real? And that to me was...
Heartwarming film.
Oh, my God.
It was a very heartwarming film. For sure.
I literally I felt like a traumatized child when I was watching it, to be honest with you. It was way too gory for me. I don't like gore. So it was just... It was there was like a couple of them like throughout your life that you're like, I should have never seen that. That was one of them I should have never seen. For so many reasons.
Tracy goes, this isn't like any physics I've learned. This must be bullshit. Or maybe the physics you learned is outdated.
Right. It's time to modernize. So can I accept I'm real? To me, that was like, you know, the moment that you have multiple times throughout your life, or I guess everybody does, where you contend with your own consciousness, and it's like a weird experience.
It's an extremely weird experience.
Yeah, and so then he says, can I accept I'm real? Like, and I thought that to me, it wasn't about him and another person. Surprise, surprise. I was just picturing him, the experiences that he was having, and then he had... So you were talking about that science stuff that you've been studying, and like this is kind of off subject, but you were listening to that thing on Parkinson's, and it was saying that that there's certain probiotics or prebiotics and stuff that
was postbiotics.
Postbiotics.
Yeah.
That I don't know if it can prevent it or eases the suffering or whatever, but I thought to myself, holy shit, wouldn't it be crazy if God set up the universe so that we could find the cures to everything, and that we could have found the cures to it had we not have been killing so many children. If abortion wasn't so rampant, like here's this random person that finds that information.
Yeah.
How many random people with information that could have helped solve all of these things?
Yeah, that guy won a Nobel Prize a couple of years ago for the postbiotic thing.
I just had I never thought to myself, hey, is it possible that every single thing that we suffer from is treatable? We were just talking about that AIDS thing. You know, in the 80s, it just wiped whole...
It's a death sentence.
Yeah. And now people are living with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a walk in the park, but yeah. I mean,
but it's not like it was.
And if COVID would have hit 100 years ago, it would have killed...
Oh my gosh.
Probably 20, 30 times more the amount of people that it's killed now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, I mean, can I accept that I'm real?
Is that what you got from it?
Yeah, well, yeah, that question is such a fascinating question.
Yeah.
Because, Jung was the first time, there's like a little 5-minute clip on YouTube. I wish I could find it. This is like this 5-minute clip on YouTube where Jung talks about, I guess he was walking home from school or walking to school, and it hit him that he existed and that he was real, and it terrified him. And I remember where I was when that whole thing happened, and I don't want to say equally as terrified because I'm not in his, I didn't have his conscious experience because I'm not yet a panpsychist. Who knows? But like, it's a very terrifying thing, man.
It always makes me feel like I'm falling backwards into a hole.
Yeah.
Of something so ginormous I can't even process or comprehend it.
Yeah. But I've never heard it described that way, like the way you said it, where you said you were contending with your own consciousness, and I think that's a brilliant way to put it. Contending with your own consciousness. I was listening to a guy debating Bernardo Kastrup yesterday, and Kastrup is a pure idealist. So I think I'm probably a combination of some idealism and physicalism. I do think that there's got to, not necessarily, well, probably because Christianity makes such an emphasis on the physical bodily resurrection. And so
then you say matter does exist.
From that point, I'm not going to go all the way and say matter doesn't exist at all, which I'm pretty sure Kastrup does. But so like we were, you have combinations of idealism and physicalism, and then you have, you know, the modern age, which is pure physicalism, and then you've got Kastrup, who's a idealist, which doesn't believe any of this shit is any physical matter at all is real at all.
Wow.
So the guy says, I'm conscious, but I'm not conscious of my consciousness because I use my consciousness to gauge everything. So you can't, because of that, you cannot step outside of your own consciousness. Right. So I didn't listen to what Kastrup said because I had pulled into the parking lot, so I stopped it.
Oh.
But I'll finish afterwards when I'm done with the day. But, like, yeah, that's a very, 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 very interesting way to put it.
Yeah.
Which is, I'm conscious, but I'm not conscious of my consciousness. So, anyway, when he says, can I accept that I'm real, that jumped out to me, probably for the same reason it jumped out to you, because I think consciousness has been the theme of the year, right? Like, there probably hasn't been a week that has gone by where we haven't had some discussion about consciousness and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. But I just really enjoy...
And I think that when we have 6 kids, so, like, all the individual consciousnesses is so interesting, and they're all so unique. And they all have different ways that, like, can get under your skin, but they all have different ways that'll make you be like, oh my God. Like,
they're unbelievable.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah. No, it's the fact that we just take consciousness for granted, and many of us don't even think through, you know, it's really amazing. It's amazing to really sit and be and, you know, meditating, you know, I've been doing a little bit of meditating at night, and it's extremely difficult, but if you can get...
Oh, really?
If you can get into that zone, it's a pretty cool experience.
I don't think I've ever gotten in that zone other than in prayer or in worship. It's super easy for me to slip in there like that. No problem.
True.
But not, what are you trying to do? I don't understand.
I'm trying to clear my mind, and I'm not even certain that you can completely have an empty mind, right? Because most of the time when somebody says empty your mind, you're thinking of a black sort of just nothingness, which black is a color. Mm-hmm. Or a frequency, whatever you want to call it. Black is a thing. I picture
an open space, but I get
even
it.
An open space. I mean, that's so. I'm not certain that you can make your mind not think of anything. I'm not even certain that's true. But for me, they
told us it was so bad to do that at our college.
Well, the Bible never tells you to empty your mind.
Empty your mind.
The Bible never tells you to empty your mind. It tells you to renew your mind. It tells you to meditate on the law of the Lord. That type of thing.
But I think that if you meditate on the scriptures, that's a way of emptying your mind and emptying it of all the stressors and the thing, and just being able to just rest in the... Because I think that emptying your mind, the idea is to find a sort of peace, because you removed everything. And I think that for the Christian mind anyway, I think that it would apply to everybody, but especially to somebody who's conscious of God, then you would say an existence with nothing... That is actually not peace. The most peace that I can find is a consciousness where I am conscious of God. And so then I think you would find that sort of calm peace that's there without, you know, thinking of it just an empty room. You know what I mean? Like, meditate on the Lord.
No, I agree. I agree with that. I think there's a lot of utility in that. But it says, you know, and the Bible does tell you to guard your heart, for in it are the well springs of life.
Yep.
So for me, when I'm meditating... I'm asking myself some very, very specific questions, and they kind of get me to having that outer body type, you know, experience. That, because I remember, like, one of the most memorable time I've ever had it was I was hiding from something, like literally physically hiding from something, and it was a pretty terrible situation, pretty terrible family situation. So I was like trying to detach myself from the situation. So I was looking like mega inward, and then it was like out, completely out of body experience. Very, very strange.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So anyway.
Wow.
The scripture says to guard your heart with diligence.
That's so weird, because you would think that it would be the thinking about outside of your body. that would make you have an out of body, but you were so folded in that it made you out of body?
Yeah, I was really kind of like looking inward, like at myself, you know, type of thing, and purposely excluding everything else. And then it was just like I was in like a bush. I was like hiding in a bush, and it was just like, phew, very, very strange situation.
Oh my God.
And you know, I didn't tell anybody that for years, and then I ran into you, and you know, we talked about that, had a similar kind of experience. I was like, oh my God, like I thought I was the only one, and I was like, wow, there's two of us.
Yeah.
Then I read Jung, and I'm like, there's lots of people that can do it apparently. But yeah, anyway, I love the song.
Wow.
Really, really strong start for the song. What'd you give it?
To be honest with you, I almost think it's a 10 for me, because it was if it's not a 10, it was like a 9.8. So I think, okay, 9.9. That's so disappointing for negative vibes. Negative vibes, like, yes,
Would you
oh,
give
yes.
it? Would you
well,
give
it was like a 10. And then like, or maybe 9.8. Okay, 9.9. But if you're like, you know, you're like a 100 person, all right, I have to go with a 9.9. So sorry.
I don't think you have to convince me to practice Lectio Divina. I don't think. I think I probably already do that. But yeah, send me some literature there, Perk. I really, really like this song a lot. This is a really good song. Hopefully all the other songs are good like this. No pressure, guys. This one's a strong one. Starting to get a 9.9 from me as well.
Wow,
9.9 from me as well. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I'm going to listen. I'm pretty certain when I'm meditating tonight, I'm going to try to like put this on to some degree.
Absolutely.
Because one of the things I'm trying to like, so yeah, like I said, I asked myself a series of questions. Don't ask me what they are. Well, one of the questions I'm going to ask myself is like, why does this song hit me the way that it does? Mm-hmm. You find so many like breakthrough revelations if you just ask yourself some questions and really dwell on the answers, like really, really dwell on them. But you're by yourself, so there's nobody to, I don't know, impress or not make a bad impression on you. I don't know if that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. But anyway, there you are, dear listener. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone.
I've not mastered that art yet.
What?
Asking myself questions.
Vin lies. All the pressure's on the next time.
Oh, you know what? I love the comment section when they rate it.
Well, we had a really good thing going for a second when you would put the polls up there.
Oh, yeah. I can do that again.
How do you, Vin, in relationship to consciousness, how real do you think dreams are?
That's an interesting question.
I don't know. I was thinking yesterday. No, I was actually thinking a couple hours ago that when something bad happens, something really horrifically horrible happens, and then you wake up out of it and it was just a dream, and you're like, damn, I'm so happy that was just a dream, and you modify whatever it is you're going to do. I thought to myself, well, how do I know that was just a dream?
Oh my God.
Like, let's say that you really did endure that, and, you know, I'd say God, but put whoever you want, goes in there and says, okay, well, they learned their lesson from this situation, so let's just put them to sleep and then convince them the whole nightmare was just a dream. And then you get put into another continuum. You know, because you got all these multiverse theories, right? So what if there's like trillions of multiverses with quadrillions of counterfactuals that could happen in a given circumstance, right? And that situation that you're terrified about actually happens, or that death that you died actually happened, and like I said, God, whoever it was, decided, okay, well, this person is not ready to die yet for obvious reasons, or this person, yep, you were taking your family for granted, but now you're not. Like, I remember one time, I had a good friend of mine, and he had this dream. And in the dream, like, he lost his family or whatever, yada, yada, yada. And then he woke up in the middle of the night and was like, you're ungrateful and yada, yada, yada. And I said, well, that's good. So make sure that you don't take your family for granted. And then this person proceeded to do even worse things. And yeah, he ended up losing his family.
No way.
Yeah, true story.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I look, everything is on the table for me right now. Like, everything is on the table for me right now. The more I listen to these,
what's up?
It's really interesting too. It's not Christian, because to be honest, I haven't been listening to a lot of Christian I've been listening to a lot of these people trying to claw their way out and find some rationality in this world and whatever, and they're brilliant people. God bless them. And they're obvious. Like, that's obviously God, dude. Just relax. You know what I'm saying? Like Hoffman, like, okay, obviously somebody's behind the thing, guy. You know what I'm saying? But aside from that, like, because there's no like official doctrine that they cannot contradict. It helps them to like look at the universe for what it actually is and then come up with these different things. So I'm not going to lie, because there's a certain orthodoxy you have to hold to in the scientific community, namely physicalism. You have to be a physicalist materialist to be, held in sort of esteem. And all these people are transgressive of that idea. But aside from that, I don't know. I just think that in this modern age, you have access to some of the most brilliant people in the world, and they're doing like long form interviews, like 3-hour long interviews.
Right.
It's amazing. So we're very, very privileged. So that's why I'm saying, like, for me, everything is on the table. Like, everything is on the table. So, like that whole situation where that woman had brain cancer. And I mean, this is a documented thing. They've got peer reviewed documents on telepathy. I had no idea. Like, this is stuff they will not tell you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They won't tell you this stuff.
Yeah.
But shit is peer reviewed. What are you gonna do with that?
What about the woman with brain cancer?
She heard a voice in her head, and it says,
"Oh,
you have
right.
a brain tumor."
Yes.
Like, this is documented.
Yes.
And then she went and got the brain tumor taken care of, and then the voice in her head said, I'm glad I could help you. Have a great day," and it was gone. Like,
bizarre.
I mean, everything like to the T that only like a whatever, and people do, and of course people say all types of crazy shit to be they try to come up with some explanation that fits into their physicalist paradigm, and the advantage that you and I have is because we've grown up around religious people. We know what fearful religious people sound like when their orthodoxy is being tested. That can't be true. It can't be true.
Yes.
Right? And so it's just the same on the other side. Is all these physical. It can't be true because it screws up their orthodoxy, and then they would have to open their minds to other realities and all that. So it's just really, really fascinating stuff. I feel very, very happy to be alive right now. Okay. Serious, like, we have no idea how lucky we are. We're in the golden age of so many things. Like, people have no idea. I'm serious. Like, football, knowledge, like, we're in the golden age right now. Like, we really, really are. I mean, it's like business, entrepreneurship.
Oh yeah,
like,
there's
so many things that are happening right now for us to be optimistic about the future. I'm specifically saying that because Deafheaven is in the house. Because he's got a negative outlook on the future. He thinks we're all going to die in Armageddon or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
I too used to think that.
But there's so much. I absolutely had a telepathic experience when I was a child. I completely believe you. Me and my dad would have the same dreams at the same times. It would creep the hell out of my mom. Yeah. And I was just listening to one of these guys, like, dude, straight from the hood. I remember that Alpo dude?
Yeah.
The one that lived down there on College Street?
No.
The dude that lived on College Street, and he was in a witness protection program.
Oh yes.
Then he went down to Harlem and got smoked.
Yes.
When he kidnapped this guy's best friend. And when he shot him, the guy woke up at the moment they shot his best friend. So, like,
that's a terrible.
I mean, and they were like hundreds of miles separated from each other. It wasn't one of those things, but he knew he woke up at pretty much the exact moment when they shot his friend.
That's sad.
He was asleep. He was with a girl. And he shot out of bed at like 12:31 or some shit like that. And he said, "Bitch!" And he thought they were talking about... the girl thought she was talking about him.
Yeah.
And no, he was talking about, whatever. So, there's just so much stuff. You know what I'm saying? And, like, it's like when you look at religious people and say, well, what is this giant fossil here? They go, well, it's the devil planted that, because they don't have they don't have a paradigm. It's the same thing when you look at religious physicalists. You say, well, okay, what about that example of telepathy? And what about this peer-reviewed study on telepathy? Oh, that's not there. No, it's there. No, for real. It's like, no, it's not there. Like, we had a supposed quantum physicist here, and they're gone. Like, you test people's, like, orthodoxy, and they'll run in terror. Either way.
Wow.
Either way, I mean, it doesn't matter. They'll run in terror. Anyway, and then there's BC. My uncle saw Bigfoot. He is full of shit. Oh man, I love BC. All right, guys.
Vin, there are studies where people can affect random information mentally. No way to explain that. Wow.
That's deep, bro.
XB on the first time I heard God speak to
Well,
me.
there's no way to explain it from a materialist, physicalist presupposition. I agree. But I'll say the evangelical paradigms that we were raised in don't explain much of the world either.
Oh, no, they would have just said that was demonic and that would have been it.
Right.
But there's no discussion.
There's no
and they're
discussion.
not even discussing it anymore because you can't talk about demonic stuff without encouraging them to do demonic things around you.
Yeah,
so
everything is
it just shuts it down. Shut that down, shut that down.
Yeah,
everything gets shut down.
Demonic. Everything is demonic. But people want like a hard paradigm to live in. And when you start questioning their foundations, man, they're not trying to hear it because it's too mentally exhausting to readjust and come up with a new framework.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the things that I have to, again, give credit to the channel. I really feel like if it wasn't for the channel, I'd be a lot, like, I'd be very behind in my studies. I really believe that. So, because I haven't listened to so many secular scientists. I've listened to more secular scientists in the last 2.5 years than probably the accumulated. You know what it is? I never listened to scientists prior to this channel because of enjoyment or curiosity. I listened to them for some apologetic reason or something. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I think it's really interesting because like I did it because I got shoved into kind of that box. Oh, Andrew's the apologist. Andrew, blah, 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 blah. But now in this situation, it's like, I just want to have fun. So when I listen to Kurt or I listen to this doctor or whatever, or I listen to whoever, it's so fun. Like, I just enjoy it. It's just fun. Because the thing that's fun about it is like, these are people who they've been studying this thing their whole life and they've made all their money, so they don't care about getting kicked out of school. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I know it's like all these people are very old.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They're all old. And one of them said, well, I have tenure at this school now. I don't know what tenure means, but it basically means you can't fire me. So he's like, yeah, I'll just, he said, and then I started watching and I'm like, wait a second. This guy, they're all old. Like, they're mega old, like 80.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so it's like, oh, okay. It's like what Brandon Marshall said. He said his agent called him up and yelled at him because he was arguing with the coaches. And the agent said, Brandon, you don't have your fuck you money yet. So shut the hell up and just go to practice. So I thought that was a very interesting way to put it. So now I'm just listening to these guys I just enjoy them. But now it's like every single one of them are saying they're questioning all these things that they were brought up with, and then I'm like, well, let me see this peer review thing on telepathy, because I was like, I myself didn't believe him, and then when I read it, I was like, holy shit, like, and it basically, one of them was reviewed by like 15 other people, in one of them. I mean, it's these databases you have to pay to get into them and all this shit, but like, it was weird, man. Like it was just. This appears that this person, whatever, and we don't have any alternate explanation. But they were basically saying, this doesn't mean that it's real. It was just like, I'm like, okay, I recognize that. I recognize that with religious people. I know what that is. I know what that is with religious people. Because religious people are they're like what you said. That's what you said. When they go, well, that's the devil.
Yeah, that's it. That's done. We're not even talking, but we're not getting the devil any space over here.
Yeah. So they all have to wait till they're tenured, and then once they're tenured, that's it.
You know what's interesting? It's very possible that if it were not for the channel, I would be an atheist. Or at least agnostic. Because I was at a really bad spot when we were done with that other spot, and we started the channel. I was really bad off.
Wow. That's crazy.
No, you know what? I think that I would have gone, like, we've joked about it before, but I think that I would have gone the path of, like a witch or something. Because...
Yeah, because you're always
I've always been too pagan. Spiritual, yeah.
You would have been like a pagan or something.
Yeah, right.
I don't mean it, and I don't mean it in a negative connotation. I mean it in the way that the paganism that's been introduced to us in the channel.
Right.
Just nature and the great force and the great spirit and all
Yep.
that. Yeah, I definitely see you doing that. But do you? Well, I'll ask you that on the other side. Nobody wants to hear this. All right, guys, we shall return. New song on the way. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at VinAndSori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that off.
can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee, a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinAnd Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed.
Buy our merch.
Thou
Here we
shalt lead
are.
them.
We are doing a stream. This stream is for the agents of
Ambitus.
The next song on the list is
Archspire.
Bleed the Future.
The future.
This is for Miserybiz.
Shout out to Miserybiz. So give me the hey, Amy Lee in the house. Thanks to both of you guys for messaging me that you're
Literally, Amy, I'm not joking you. I literally thought about it 10 minutes ago, and I was going to grab my phone, and then Vin started talking about something really bizarre, and then my mind went there, and then I forgot to message you.
What do you mean, just now?
Yeah, because the conversation was too engaging, and so my mind went back in there.
It was a fun conversation. I had to cut the conversation short because we were going to have the conversation for another 3 hours, and these people want to come to this is a reaction channel, damn it.
Yep, good news, Archero. I chatted with Vin about it, and we're good to go on that music arts thing, so we're good. Yep, 4.
Yeah, no, I'm actually really interested in that idea, actually. I think it's a pretty brilliant idea. I like smart ideas. Mm-hmm. Or things that, like...
I appreciate the hustle because they put so much work into it.
That's the thing. If it's a cross alliance thing where people are getting together and come up with something, like, I'm always, like, soft on stuff like that. I don't know why, but it just, it kind of hits you different.
It was like one of these. Remember I told you before, you're like, what's that?
Yeah.
Because you were like, no. Okay, anyway, let's get into this. Archspire, we've never heard this one.
That's a code that only me and you know.
Yeah.
What the hell you were just doing there. But you were absolutely 1,000% correct. This is
knew it.
Archspire, Bleed the Future. I think this one has lyrics on it as well.
Holy shit.
What?
77 Metaphysics. Super
what?
chat.
Yeah, they're from...
Thank you for the super chat.
Whoa. Thank you very much. What did they say on it? Did you have a message?
I didn't say anything.
Oh. Thank you very much, 777 Metaphysics. That's really awesome. I don't know how much that is, but it's generous, whatever it is. For show.
We never know.
All right, guys. We're getting right into it now, ladies and gents.
Let's go.
Archspire, Bleed the Future. Let's
For
do
Miserybiz.
this. Let's do this ish. Shout out to the big homie Miserybiz. Let's go. Do you hear anything?
No.
Let's go!
What is he saying?
A zero. This song gets a zero.
For ending too soon.
What the hell?
That was really good.
Bro.
That's really cool.
I was trying to I posted the lyrics and shit to no avail.
Yeah.
There's no way we were going to be able to figure out where those lyrics were, but holy shit.
You know, I was not going to waste enjoying the song trying to figure out where the frig we were on the lyrics.
Okay.
Like, I'm going to read those after. I'm going to just enjoy this.
Is this one of those bands where did we do an interview?
I heard it's a story. No.
We did an interview with a band one time, and they were, I forgot who it was. I think it was the last interview we did, actually.
So apparently this is like a story album, and this is like one piece, but it's a standalone, and so even as a standalone, I mean, it comes out really good.
The guy found 500 words in 4 minutes. Pretty much, that's what it comes out to. It's 348 long and 498 words. So that's about 500 words in 4 minutes. That shit is crazy, bro. Like that was like some Bone Thug shit. Like
wow.
So let's figure out what the hell this guy was saying. I just love the metal, man. That was like, do they do this live?
Oh my gosh, it was so fast, and the way that it was going.
Go YouTube that shit. Do they do that live?
YouTube? Oh, and then look for a live version?
Yeah. Just, this is Archspire. What was the name of the song?
I've got it. Bleed the Future.
Yeah, Bleed the Future. Just put Archspire, Bleed the Future live. That shit is crazy.
I did this thing you ask.
You made me
and
think
I don't
of
see
Ascension, different band. Okay, yeah, it must have been Ascension.
And I don't see any live.
400 beats per minute.
Hey, look at that. There's some people doing a live reaction for them.
Were these guys like is one of those things where like I'm not disrespecting, I'm just saying, like, oh, scroll up. No, they had it right there. Like, is this an actual band with human beings in it that is doing that shit? Because if it is, holy smokes.
I don't know.
Yarosilala. Look, you see right there, that red one? That's them live. Golden Mouth of Ruin official music video.
Oh, well, let's just play it on mute so we can see what happens here. as we go. I want to see if how many people are in this band, what's going on.
Yeah, but
there's a drummer.
there's
Look at the
an actual
drummer.
human drummer.
There's a
Holy
bassist.
shit,
Look at
okay,
that. There's like a
is there
16,000.
Is that gent?
I don't know. It's a guitar with like a lot of
50,000
strings in
string
it.
guitar. Are they a gent? Do they
Look
qualify
at
as a
this.
gent?
Look at how fast that guy is drumming. Look at him.
Oh yeah, the guy is kind of like a rapper. He is kind of like a
All
rapper.
right. Okay. All right.
I got hella respect for this band, bro.
Yeah. Look at his mouth. So fast it's moving. Well, I mean, it has to. I get that, but like.
Okay, so they're a gent kind of rap, death metal. I love the hell out of this band. This is like...
That is crazy.
I say this all the time. Like, you always want to sound different as a musician, or you want to do something different nobody's done before. But the reason you realize that, you quickly find out that the reason why everybody's doing the same thing is because it's very, very difficult to do something different that doesn't sound just dumb. You know what I'm saying?
Basic.
You know what I mean?
Basic.
Technical death metal is yeah. These guys were mega
gosh.
technical. Like, holy shit. Okay, so let's
Before
figure
anything expelled breath on the earth, Bonnet had formed,
Bonnet.
seething between any of the worlds that supported
Here
pumping
we go.
vein-ridden
Here
life forms for them to
is-
feed on. Gold blood.
Okay, hold on. Before anything expelled breath upon the earth, Bonnet had formed, seething between any of the worlds that supported pumping vein-ridden life forms for them to feed on. Gold blood breeding. Any life will light a beacon, leaching through the womb of any creature, latching onto anything in utero and trading them with every living human newborn, growing in each ripe host undetected.
Ew.
Gold blood courses inside the parasitic mouth.
Wait, so it goes and it takes the baby out of a womb and puts that parasite inside?
Well, it latches onto anything in utero and trading them with every living human newborn.
Right, so it's latching onto the baby that's in the uterus.
Yeah.
And it leaches. That means it's going to kill it. It's just going to suck the life out of the baby.
Monolith. Listen, you
They
man
will take
and
us
woman.
now.
They will take us now. One could not escape the bind of that which could bloom. And feed inside the birthing caverns of their own kind. They grow. We die.
Oh my gosh. So it's going to kill the baby and then eventually it's going to kill the mom too.
Well, so it's inside and then it grows on the baby.
Yuck.
Baby, is that the idea? They had their moms react to their music video. It was super wholesome. If we weren't doing 7 songs tonight, I would do that as a bonus. And feed inside the birthing caverns of their own kind. They grow, we die. So okay, so maybe the kid is born like completely, you know what I'm saying, sucked into this host. But do they come out being born looking human? You see what I'm saying?
I don't. I think that my assumption was that seething between any of the worlds that supporting pumping vein-ridden life forms for them to feed on. I think that what I was understanding from it is that they attach themselves to the baby and then they feed off of that and then they overtake the mother as well. So they're all going to die. Everybody's going to die. They grow, we die. So they keep growing and the human beings are dying. Right there. Remaining. No.
That can't be right.
No. Remaining undetectable up until the final fetal breach. See?
Yeah.
So that means when she's birthing the child, that's when they're like, holy shit, it's not a baby.
Right.
Gold blood courses inside the parasitic mouth. So then it which I think is in this picture up here. See, the mouth is opening.
Yeah.
And on the back of it, it looks like almost kind of like a human skull because it's taken over.
Yeah.
Bleh.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty.
Nothing
That's
ever
pretty
written
nasty.
could define the global hell to follow. Prenatal inquiry during its trimester, sentencing could not begin to uncloak. The new life form that gnaw on the human's umbilical feed while it soaks in the swell of the host. Ugh.
A parallel dimensional metamorphosis immediately triggered by the scent of our realm, claiming and leading our young into forced abandon. Is it forced abortion or abandon?
I thought it was going to say abortion, but it was abandoned.
Bleed the future. On arrival, there is a shift in the voice of the witness. The future is bled. And then I got 2 parts here. Here's the second part. There is a cloud that forms over the eyes of the birther. When from the deep the creature is born, within their blood they create, they will alter the end of the end. For in their mouth the future is made. If, in the glare of their gold, we burn our eyes. Look again, for in their blood a new path awaits. Within their blood they create, they will alter the end of the end. If in the glare of their gold we burn our eyes. Look again. They will take us now. One could not escape the bind of that which could bloom and feed inside the birthing caverns of their own kind. They grow, we die. You would think that what they were and what they wanted would have mattered, yet the many fell under their pliable delineator, seething between any of the worlds that supported pumping vein-ridden life forms for them to feed on. Gold blood curses inside the parasite, breeding any life will light a beacon, leeching through the womb of any creature, latching on anything in utero, etc., etc., etc.
Animated into matter, taking over the entire planet with a foreign power they inherently developed over many eons in a battle to consume our kind.
The future is bled, the future is born, the future is gone. Dun dun dun.
Wow.
Holy samoli.
So, like, the storyline is, it's kind of gross.
Yeah, it's these parasites.
Yeah. I think watching a movie of it would be pretty disgusting, but also probably something people would like. I don't know. But I can't, for me, lyrically, I was kind of hoping that it was going to have different lyrics, like something more...
Right. I knew where you were going. Yeah.
But...
Directly meaningful to you.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. That is exactly what I was trying to say. Good job. Oh, I thought you were doing the... Yeah, okay. Well, so the lyrics meant a lot to me. But holy shit, the way that they did that music, the way that he just spat it out there, and then... It was like, it was like assaulting you in your face.
Yeah.
And then it switched, and it was like this nice sound that I hope you'll learn on your guitar.
You needed a break.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you just got to understand.
Everybody needed a break.
Yeah, like, a lot of those things are just so that you can have a break. That's all. That's
well,
all
I love it. I love that.
That shit is extremely hard to pull. I just couldn't believe that they've got a
full band. I was so disappointed when you first started saying that. I was like, he's right. It's not going to be a full band. I thought for sure you were right. It was going to all just be done on a computer.
But it also makes sense why the song is so short. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, are a lot of their songs like this?
Because I was doing warm up just today, and we're doing I was showing you Master of Puppets step part, and I'm like, that's really hard to freaking do. But you do that about 10 times. You did 10 times. You're as warm as you need to be. Just try not to get carpal tunnel out of that nonsense. But you know what I'm saying? So it's just one of those situations, man, where I'm listening to this song and I'm like, I hope that these are actual human beings doing this shit. But
sure enough, they were.
Yeah, and I agree with you as far as like, emotionally, this song would have probably been like an 11. Like, if this was like an angry, like, fuck you song, I'd have probably made this song an 11 because it was like, it's basically...
Can't wear your mask.
You can't... This is not like a... This is a song that's like... You know how you measure songs by beats per minute or whatever?
Yeah.
You almost have to measure this song by the syllables of the vocalist.
Oh my gosh.
You know what I'm saying? Like...
Yeah.
Because it was, it was just going along exactly along with the, with the vocalist, and it was just brilliant.
Good night.
It was just salam. It was just basically something you would just never expect to hear. Mm-hmm. Just the way how closely and literally it followed what the vocalist was doing, and that's extremely difficult to pull off. But holy shit, they definitely carved out a niche for themselves. I would say.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I definitely believe that. Like, they absolutely carved out a ridiculous niche for themselves. They did a really, really good job with the song. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the sci-fi angle, I got what they were going, which it also explained that picture that you saw.
Absolutely.
With the gold and all that.
The album cover.
Yeah, on the album cover. So that was cool. This song is a 9.5 for me.
They could have easily had a 9.8 for me if I was into the lyrics.
If the lyrics were like an angry, like, it would have probably unseated. There's a song, Eye for an Eye. Eye for an Eye. I forgot the name of the band. I think it's Soulfly. I'm pretty sure it's Soulfly. And then Sick from the first Slipknot record. Those are my two, like, I'm angry, I want to fight songs. This song would have replaced that song if it was like an angry, I'm going to fight song. But it was still a badass song. The song is still undeniable.
9.64.
There you are, dear listener. If you're a square, you're gonna have to check us on 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're not a square and you're still in the chat, we got way more for you. It's coming right up for you. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. That was
such a great song.
It was heavy as hell. Heavy as hell. Stay tuned, guys. We're coming right back. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at VinAndSori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/VinAnd Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, a child shall lead them.
Yep. Next song on this list, because we are in the middle of a DJ stream. A DJ stream is where you get to be the DJ and pick all the songs. This group is actually called the Agents of
Ambitus.
And they picked ISON.
ISON,
do you say it in
Celestial Flood featuring Gogo Melone.
Celestial Flood. And this song was picked by OSC-Tripping.
OSC-Tripping, gang, gang. Okay, ladies and gents, let's check it out. OSC-Tripping, Celestial featuring Gogo Melone. Let's go. Ooh. Get your headphone out. Got it? Good.
Thank you. Turn that up.
Turn that shit up, man.
Thanks, DJ Mike. Oh boy. Yikes. What do you think?
You know what this made me
Vinny?
think about? Almost
Tell me.
immediately.
Tell me.
Well, hold on. Go ahead. You start.
Nope. I want you to start this time. Go
Why?
ahead. I'm very curious where you're going to go
I
with
guarantee you, like, what I'm about to say has nothing to do with what you were thinking about.
this. Yeah, I know. That's why I want to hear it.
So it set up a giant conundrum to me that probably started in the first 30 seconds of the song. And I spent the rest of the song trying to unpack in my head because the music was providing a lot of, like, it provides contemplation. Like, it's a good sense
absolutely.
of contemplation. But basically, the conundrum was, especially when she said, "I'm living a lie, but I'm here with you," or something like that. Let me put it back on. She said, where was the line that, like, did it? "I'm here with you and I live a lie." There it is. Okay. So the conundrum is Brokeback Mountain.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So we watched that last week. Well, I
Yep.
did. You fell asleep, which I don't understand how you could fall asleep in a movie like that.
Oh.
So Brokeback
yeah.
Mountain, right? You
I thought
got
it was
these
a little slow moving.
these two dudes that they're obviously in love with each other, but they're in, like, it started in 1963. The first
Oh, it's
set,
based on a true story?
No. I'm just saying in the timeline of the movie, they met each other in 1963, and this is in, like, Montana or some shit.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't, no disrespect to Montana, but I don't know how much they've progressed since 1963. You see what I'm saying? So no disrespect to Montana, but so they have this romance, whatever. Whatever. Like I said last week, we fast forwarded through a couple scenes.
I didn't want to fast forward the scenes.
Yeah, I did, and we did. You can go back. You can go watch and you can go back and watch in slow mo if you want.
I don't know. It's not slow motion. I wanted to hear what they were saying because
So
I
it-
felt like it was important.
So obviously they cannot be together publicly. But of course, one of them. So they got made by the guy that they were working for. The guy found, because the guy's mom had cancer or some shit, and so when they were running around or whatever, kissing or whatever, the guy saw them. So dude A goes his way, dude B goes the other way.
Right. Yeah.
Well, apparently dude B lived basically too close to the situation to basically be able to hide. So all the rumors started about this guy, and he's this and he's that, and you just see how he's being treated. Mm-hmm. And so he ends up, they call it a beard, I think. He ends up marrying a woman to kind of, account for that. And I mean, these guys end up having kids and shit. They both, well, no, the other guy didn't have any kids. The Jake Gyllenhaal character.
Oh,
was
he
the
never
one that,
got any?
He never had any kids.
Yeah.
I don't think. And then the other guy had, like, 2 daughters.
Yeah.
One of them, by the end of the movie, like, basically didn't want anything to do with him. But the other one, like, still was close to him. Anyway, so you watch these dudes through the movie, and they find each other after 4 years, right? And then basically what ends up happening is they basically can only see each other once a year, something like that. The guy keeps telling his wife he's going on a fishing trip, yada, 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 and then they get to whatever. They can never be together. So the line where it says, "I'm here with you, but I'm living a lie," or some shit like that.
Yep,
it's like, okay, what are we talking about here? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
So then I thought to myself, you think to yourself, is it better to be in that situation? Was it better for them to, should they just have said, fuck it, you know what I'm saying, let's just be together, whatever happens, happens? Since the beginning?
I think they would have got killed, right?
Or
at that time period.
I don't want to give
Montana?
any spoilers away,
Oh.
but not doing that doesn't necessarily change that outcome either. Because once you get that scarlet letter on you, dudes start observing you. I mean, I cannot imagine being that obsessed with another dude's sexuality to to where you're watching to catch them beat whatever. Like that to me is kind of strange. Like to me, it's like, okay, you haven't reconciled certain things within yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're that obsessed about somebody else's.
Yeah, that's.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
it's kind of weird to me, but okay. But my point is like, the song is beautiful, but it's almost in reverse because I'm lost in this dark dream. A line of illusions is following me as I hold my broken soul. I fall alone in a lucid wall. So she's falling into lucidity, and lucidity is obviously where you're awake and you're aware and you're conscious. Mm-hmm. So the dream is, in this sense, is something that you wanted, and reality is something she doesn't want, right? Reality is something you don't want to see. You don't want to be a part of. As she's saying, she falls into a lucid wall. So it's like she wanted to stay in like this fantasy where she's with the person and she can be with the person. Because in reality, she cannot be with the person. When she goes into the real world, she's not with that person anymore, and she has to live a lie. See, in that last line, I'm here with you and I live a lie.
Yep.
So if all our dreams would have come true, see, you're in the dream state, you're asleep, you're no longer lucid. Mm-hmm. But if I could bring the dream state into reality, then we could shine like the stars so bright. But I'm here with you and I live a lie. So that was like, that line, like that was in the first 30 seconds of the song.
That's what dictated the whole
thing.
thing.
And it just like carried like my thought process for the rest of the song, because I'm trying to unpack like what these guys should have done in the movie. Like, what advice would you have given them? And the second thing would be like, we're kind of like that.
Yeah.
It just so happens that we live in a, I'm a different type of individual where like, come over here and do some shit. Like, you're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But even though it's still not like Brokeback Mountain level, like.
No, but I think
because where we live, like, those people are afraid of me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they generally don't say anything. They just like look. But for me,
but they're terrified. They would never come to me. They're like literally afraid.
You're probably right. I can't read that from people.
Well, I'm talking about even the people that know us that have like varying opinions. Like they're, you know what I'm saying? So like I don't even want to put us in that category, because like there's really people that have been in that, like, and are still in Brokeback Mountain type situations, whether you're gay or straight, whatever.
Yes. No, that's true. I think for me, I don't like. I think a lot of times if we were in a different time. Like, I think that it would be short-lived and you would get killed. And I don't like that. In like, because, like, everywhere I go, like, I was always, like, I think visually well accepted by people. And so when I go places, if I'm by myself, people seem more like, kind of like drawn toward me. But then when you and I are together, they look so angry sometimes. And the vibe is so
We're talking about white people.
Yeah, obviously talking about white people.
We're talking about jealous ass white people. That's what we're talking about. Let's just be real.
Well, the only other time that I get that negative energy is if it's a black girl. It's
true.
Not that same energy. Bye.
That's
Thank
true.
you for interrupting. Thank you.
Love you.
So, you know what I mean? Like, in those situations. But they don't put off like they just seem like they're angry with me and that they should be with you instead. But,
yeah. But I mean, to be honest, them girls would never want to be with me in the first place if they knew what they were dealing with, right? But go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah. So I think about that, and I think of how I feel like we were positioned right in history where, there's certain places. It depends on where we go. So we went to that backwoods town over there when we went to go to the escape room, and then that's where it was all like weird. Yeah. But if we go to down, southern,
the last one we were at the bar with the Misery Machine people. Yeah.
But if we were in South Portland, then I would feel differently about it. I would be like, you know what I mean? Like when we go to South, people look like they're like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
And that's where I actually get the flip experience because I was so religious for all my life, people would be like, oh, but then once I'd like start talking, they'd get my energy. They were like, and I could feel that like
100%.
like pushing away.
100%.
But when I'm with you, like I feel like people are like, okay, she's cool. I mean, she married a black guy, so I don't know. Like it does change things.
Yeah, but Yeah,
survive
I
depending
don't want
on
to
where you go.
compare. I don't want to compare like that to Brokeback, because Brokeback is like some next level shit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I
With
didn't finish it, but I'm sure, yeah.
You know, they were not afraid of him like physically. They were not physically afraid of him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, they plotting
Yep.
on me, but they got to do something. Told my girl to something. We gonna shoot something. But so that's what I was thinking about. Like, should they have just said, "Fuck it, we're just gonna be together. Whatever happens, happens." Right? To me, like, they should have, because the Gyllenhaal character was saying, "Let's," you know, and then the other guy was like being practical and saying, "No, we can't be together." But in reality, the other guy's solution wasn't. It was, let's marry these other women, lie to them, have kids, yada yada yada, and then visit each other like once every 4 years. It was just a terrible arrangement.
Yeah, but I don't think that was the plan, right? I think that they had that one summer, the whole thing got blown up, and
That's
then
true.
he moved, and then it was like, well, what are we gonna? It's not like I'm gonna. And then he starts this relationship, and I think it became that. But I don't think that was the original. I don't think he married her saying, well, I'm going to lie to her and go off. He was already married to her, and then he reconnected with that guy.
He was clearly,
right?
He was, yeah. I mean,
but people
the whole marriage was a lie, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, but maybe he was trying to, you know, nobody wants to spend their life alone. So maybe he was thinking, well, you know what? This is the route I have to take, so I'm going to go with it.
Yeah, and it's a position we put a lot of people in those kinds of situations. But
yeah.
And that's the other thing right there. She says, all these fears I had to pull through, they never meant to fade your light. See? Mm-hmm. And yeah, that was really what was driving the other character. I have him as the bad guy in my head, when in reality he's just a victim of circumstance.
Yeah.
The bad guy really in the movie was the
guy
overarching, it was the zeitgeist itself was the bad guy in the movie. Mm-hmm. Because if you individualized each character, you could see the humanity, even the bad guy, even the father, the horrible father. You could still see the zeitgeist put that father in a place where, what the hell else was he gonna do? You know what I'm saying? So the zeitgeist to me was the bad guy in that movie. But it really like makes you think like, what should they, you know, and then I think about me and you and things like that. Because when you're in a situation where, and you know, there isn't just social pressure over here, but there's also like religious, you know, pressures and whatever. Mm-hmm. Like, so when you decide you're going to go up against the system to love another person, the only thing really that can fuck with you after that is fears, and that's, you know. Mm-hmm. And that's why one of those things, that's why I'm so big on never making a decision based on fear, right? Like I'm not gonna ever make fear-based decisions, because those almost always end up being not good for human flourishing. Like, I've never seen a person who like drives the car that way that's happy. You know what I'm saying? And, and really, if you look at that movie, by the end of the movie, I mean, I don't want to give away any spoilers, but by the end of the movie, you know, one of them has gone on to the next world, and the other one is living by himself in a trailer, just completely, all he has left is a picture in a bloody shirt.
Seriously?
That's all he has of, you know, whatever. And I just remember, like,
oh my gosh.
I paused on that scene, and
if that's the end, then I say they should just come together.
I paused at that scene, and I just stopped at that scene. I probably stood at that scene for 20 minutes, and I was just like in that trailer, and being like, there's like one final. He says, "I swear something." I swear, Jack. He said, "Jack, I swear" was the last line. I'm pretty sure, because the guy's name was Jack Twist, right? He said, "Jack, I swear," and then he's crying, and then the mountain was crooked, and then he fixes it, and then he goes to close the door, which had an interesting camera effect, because as he went to close the door, the mountain came closer, and then it left.
Oh my god!
It was brilliant. I don't know if he did that on purpose, but it was just.
The hat? Was there a theme with the hats?
It was just, well, yeah. I thought there was a theme with the hats, which was that they were always trying to cover themselves.
Yeah.
He didn't have a hat on the last scene. So, but by that time it was too late.
It's too late.
Because the metaphor for the hat was
my God.
they were hiding behind this air of masculinity, which the cowboy is like the pinnacle of masculinity. This is just my interpretation of the movie. The cowboy is the pinnacle of masculinity, and so they were both looking at each other at the beginning of the movie. They're clearly attracted to each other, so they angle their heads down where you see the hat.
Yeah.
And one has a black hat, one has a white hat, just like in the westerns. In the westerns, the guy with the black hat's a bad guy, the guy with the white hat's a good guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so there was so much symbolism with the clothes, and then at the end of the movie,
had a black hat.
huh?
Zorro had a black hat.
Yeah, he's a bad guy.
What?
He was bad, and then he turned like the society looked at Zorro as bad. It was a girl that thought Zorro was good. That's why he always had to run away, and he was always in jail.
That's right. Yeah.
That's a metaphor for Western. That's a metaphor for Western women always wanting the
bad guy to
the
save
bad
them.
guy.
Excellent.
Cowboys were never masculine. Cowboy boots are essentially heels for men. Shout out to Ben Webb. So, like, like to me, it was like it just fit the storyline of that movie, and I was really like carried away with thinking through like, what should it be? And obviously, my thing is, well, you should choose love every single time. You see what I'm saying? Like you should choose love over fear every single time, because at the end of the movie, he chose fear over love, and it landed him alone in his trailer with nothing left but a picture.
Oh my God.
And a shirt.
Oh God.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like,
Yikes.
hell, man, you might as well have. You know what I'm saying? And aside from the theological ramification of gay relationships or whatever, that wasn't really dealt with in the movie. It was a societal pressure, and it had gone on for a good 20 years. I mean, they were in the early 90s when the movie ended, because it started at 63, and then he has kids like a couple years later, and then his daughter's all grown up like 19, 20. So they're like 85 to 90 at the end of the movie, and that area had not progressed obviously, but by 85 or 90, your kids are grown. They could have went something. One was, let's go to Mexico. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? We ain't going to Mexico, man. I ain't doing that shit. So I don't know.
Is that acceptable in Mexico?
I don't know, but where they were, it was like Grand Central Station the Confederate flag might have been the fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So anyway, that's what was going on with me, and I was trying to figure that out as far as like just the themes of forbidden relationships and love and fear and how all that goes, and go ahead. So what were you thinking?
To me, it was about a woman, and she said, "So lost in this dark dream, a line of illusions is following me. As I hold my broken soul, I fall alone in a lucid wall." So that part to me was, she's really struggling bad, and it's getting very, very dark, and it's getting so dark like in her soul, because she calls her soul broken, but she says she's lost in a dark dream, and I think she's lost within that darkness that's kind of consuming her. And then she says, "But I'm here with you and I feel alive." So even though she's in that situation, when she's with, I'm assuming him, she then feels alive. And these fears I had to pull through, they never meant to fade your light, but because she had to like pull through her fears, but she never overcame them, like he had to carry the brunt of her darkened soul. And she says, if all of our dreams, this part's so sad to me, if all of our dreams would have come true, we could shine like the stars so bright. Then she said, "But I'm here with you." And then she said, "I live a lie." And to me, when she said that, it was like, she was saying like everything, that they could have everything, but because her soul is so dark, that even though she's there with him and she feels alive, she's living a lie because she's so dark inside and her soul is so broken. So it's a lie because she only feels alive when she's with him. But then when she's not, she's who she is. And then she says, "I must fall in a lucid wall when ocean waves roll high in me. But like withered stars, my magic ends, and in this form I look for an open gate." And that to me was, so she had all this potential, and she had magic, whatever, but it's all withering. Even her magic, even the thing that was like her, I would assume if you were like a magical person, that would be like the bright spot of your person. Yeah. And she's become so dark that that's even withered. And she says, in this form, because all she sees is the withered stars and her darkened soul, that then she looks for an open gate. And to me, that open gate was death, because she can't overcome it. And then she goes back to saying, but when she's with him, she feels alive. And then she says the same thing. She never thought that she never wanted to fade his light. But then the very last, so she says again, but I'm here with you and I live a lie. And then she says, I am here. And then it falls, into thin air, and I fall into thin air. And when you have magic and something goes away into thin air, it disappears. And so I think at the end, she does kill herself. She does die. And so it's a very tragic song.
What was going on with you in the song? Like what?
I'm not going to get into what I personally thought about the song. I'm just giving you my interpretation of what I thought it was.
Okay. Okay. Well, this is the first 10 of the night for me.
Yeah, and her voice had that sort of like eerie slowness to
that
it.
Ethereal
it
sort
was
of
perfect. I love the album cover. I've always like been very attracted to like that type of art.
I love the light reflecting on the chair handles. Look at that in the video, babe.
What?
Look right here.
Oh, in our...
Isn't that beautiful?
Yes, it is. I do like it as well. It reminds me of my cup.
Yeah. Your cup, which apparently I'm just finding out you would not have used because it's gay.
But but now...
There has got to be some, like, real diagnosable, evangelical homophobe disease or some shit like that that people could be diagnosed with. Like, holy shit. Yeah, deep song, and it really I'm not certain that I've gotten the answer to my. I mean, I don't have the answer to the question because I'm just kind of at the foothills of digesting that movie. Mm-hmm. I wish there wouldn't have been so much hype, but you know what? I probably wouldn't have been able to really see the depth of that movie anyway until our relationship anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'd never be able to relate to like a forbidden type relationship anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So
I see. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Your previous relationship was kind of forbidden, right? Your mother was like, "No, go."
Yeah, that's not
the same.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's one person. I'm talking about like an entire society of people. You know what I'm saying? At different degrees or whatever. And even that, like I said, there's so much terror of me around here that it doesn't because I'm pretty sure these people are convinced. Because I came up in the Bronx, I'm pretty like you used to ask me all these weird questions and shit, like, and I'm like, well, shit, how did I have a pretty good persona up here. Like, I felt like I did a lot of work to present myself as an accessible, you know what I'm saying, type of person. So you started asking me these very like intrusive and weird questions. Did you ever blah 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 when you were down there? And I'm like. But I figured that's because you know me so well. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe you could see through stuff or maybe whatever. But the point is, like...
There's a couple reasons why
I still can't relate to that movie. Mm-hmm. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not... You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, I don't know. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
Well, one time that kid asked you a question. There was a kid that asked you a question.
Which kid?
And you... Well, I don't want to say because I don't want people to... Like, if perhaps some people are... A kid asked you... Well,
Which
no.
Kid? Who?
He asked you a question.
Oh, yeah.
And you, like, it wasn't what you said. It was the energy when you answered.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Yeah,
but anyway, you know what I mean? Like...
Yeah.
But I did. We already know. You and I already know. But anyway.
All right.
So
there you go. There you are.
Oh, so what did you give it?
I give it. This is a 10 for me.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go with a 10 as well. I'm going to have to go with a 10 as well.
There you are, dear listener.
Good job, OSC-Tripping. Sori out.
Featuring Gogo Melone. Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. All right, ladies and gents, we got another one coming for you.
We got a lot
brought
of
to you
another
by
ones.
the agents of Ambitus. Let's go. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at VinAndSori@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinAnd Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch
merch.
indeed. Child shall lead them.
This is our vaccinated Ben Webb.
Speaking of child. No, this is our boostered Ben Webb.
Oh.
The booster's next. I wonder, I don't think Ben Webb has actually...
Said his position on it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have a good idea as to what
really?
the homie would say. But
Oh,
yeah.
look, he's sad. Don't be sad, Ben.
Don't be sad, Benji.
Don't be sad.
Don't
Raise
be
your head
sad.
up.
Well, if you are sad,
Here.
never you fear. The next song, dear listener, from the wonderful, beautiful individuals
Happy music.
At the Agents of Ambitus are Ghosts of Atlantis, the third pillar. I repeat, Ghosts of Atlantis, the third pillar. And this is for who? Who's that for?
I was going to say Ben Webb.
Is that for the big homie Northern
This is for
Scoundrel?
NorthernScoundrel.
This is for NorthernScoundrel, my guy. I'm pretty sure I know NorthernScoundrel personally. He never texts me anymore. Okay, that's okay.
Well, somebody at the beginning of the stream said they lost our number.
That's probably him.
Maybe it was him. Send an email, NorthernScoundrel, VinAndSori@gmail.com. All right, let's go.
There he is. He's got a different thing.
Oh, that was not the person that said they didn't have the number.
Okay, somebody else.
I've lost track of how many people you've given your number to. So when somebody says that, I'm like, talk to Vin. I'm not passing out his number everywhere.
Okay.
Here we go.
The third pillar, Ghosts of Atlantis. Let's go. My lyrics. I got it. You got it.
No.
No!
Oh my gosh, didn't that seem like it was going further? The
Good one.
third pillar.
This dream is a metal rainbow.
Oh, I thought you said this stream is now blocked. I'm like, what?
Nah. You guys should stay tuned though, because
Benji, stop being lazy and
we
sit up.
found some interesting workarounds for some stuff. Inshallah, pretty soon here.
More to come.
Okay.
Hail their demise. Hail their demise. What is the song about?
It's about the third pillar, obviously.
I don't know what the third pillar is. Is that like
Jazakallahu khairan.
It's not like it's always making a backup batch.
Oh, this is fine.
That's one for your dad. Just bring me one.
Are you sure? That's fine.
100%, bro.
Okay.
Bring me one. Two
I
halves,
appreciate
one
you.
whole.
Hey, do you not have no time to see my swivel?
Inshallah, we'll see.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, go ahead.
So I don't know what the third pillar is. The only pillars that I know of are the pillars of Islam and the pillars that Samson pushed over to kill the Philistines.
There's 5 pillars in Islam.
Yeah. So is that what we're talking about?
There's 5 pillars in Islam.
Yeah, and we're talking about the third one. What is the third one?
No.
Okay,
no.
so what is it?
I doubt very highly. Apparently, there's 3 pillars in Zen, which is teaching, practice, and enlightenment. Is the word enlightenment on there? Enlightenment would be the third pillar,
Okay.
right?
So then.
So that might be. Hold on, let me look at the lyrics. 'Cause I'm pretty sure there was.
For righteousness at the peak, the 3 pillars, they blind out the light, masquerades as the Lucaris takes flight. I don't know what that is.
Where as a what takes fright? Dracaris.
No,
That's,
Icarus.
Icarus.
Who was Icarus?
Icarus, the guy who flew in the air.
Oh, I knew it was familiar. Oh, so then that's what it's about? Hail their demise.
Yeah, see right there. Enlightenment, divinity, concealed as treason. Okay, so I think the
that's
third.
what he should have done.
They're probably what?
That's what he should have done. The stars will guide us through the dark, direct us, embark us. Yeah, they should have flown in the night instead of the day, because he couldn't have trusted his kid to not fly to the sun.
Yeah.
Anyway, but that's not
okay,
really
so-
what the whole thing's about, though, right?
No, I think the underwater city beyond the Pillars of Hercules, Atlantis. Right. I understand that. Like the the lost city of Atlantis or whatever, beyond the Pillar of Hercules, which is the name of the band, right?
Yep. Oh, is it?
Or is
no?
it
Ghosts of Atlantis.
Ghosts
is
of
the name.
Atlantis is the
That's the band.
song. Is the band or the song?
The band, and the song is the third pillar.
Okay.
What?
So then
See,
it's
Ghosts of
talking
Atlantis,
about
the
it's
third
talking
pillar.
about enlightenment then, because enlightenment is the third of the 3 pillars in Zen, right?
Okay.
Isn't it knowledge, application, enlightenment?
Yeah, but
So when it talks about enlightenment, it says it's talking about enlightenment, divinity concealed as treason. So maybe it's people who are against enlightenment. See what I'm saying? Okay.
I don't know.
So go ahead, keep going.
The stars will guide us through the dark, direct us, embark upon crusades of freedom. The cries of men that we now hear enlighten divinity concealed as treason. To the horizons we seek, for righteousness at the peak. The 3 pillars, they blind out the light, masquerades as the... How do you say that?
Divinity.
Icarus.
What?
Icarus takes flight.
Here, I'll just
What?
put the lyrics up here so that we can look at the same thing at the same time, because you're killing me with this thing. Okay, there you go.
Through
right
the
there.
forest and over the sea, the sacrificial lives.
It's right there, and it's big. The sacrificial lives there for all to see. The wind it blows and the path it's shown. We push the kingdom on. Know that we strayed beyond the lost enclaves. The 3 pillars await. So, I guess it's just talking about the 3 pillars that held up Atlantis, which is kind of like Atlantis is doomed to failure, right? Like it's all going to get subsumed.
Water.
So he's saying that the entire record is about Atlantis and then how everything went to hell. Because I think it was Plato. It was Plato, right? That basically said that he knew about the city of Atlantis and they started getting too arrogant and then stuff started going too well for them or whatever, and then the whole thing turned to mush and they all subsumed, whatever. And so
When you
Atlantis,
say they all died in a flood, right?
well, yeah,
Isn't that what happened?
Yeah, the whole thing got subsumed. They got buried under, and nobody could, nobody's found the city since. I mean, mostly looked upon as just complete legend and folklore. It's not like Atlantis is not like a real thing.
Which one of the kids is having trouble getting in here?
That's got to be Johan.
Zoe. Hey, who's out there?
Who is that?
We have a child safety on the back. It's Zoe.
It's Zoe.
Aww.
It's Zoe.
Okay, yeah.
So the third pillar tells a tale of the great pilgrimage of the Atlantean people. Okay, to Atlantis, the
That's
ultimate
exactly
goal.
what I was going to ask. Is it
The
to or
ultimate
from?
goal of which is to reach the three pillars. Is said that the pillars are the sole point of contact with the ghosts.
Oh, really?
Okay, so Atlantis apparently had some sort of religion. Maybe there's some like religion or spirituality or whatever. And you go to the to reach the three pillars. That the pillars are the sole point of contact with the ghosts.
And then what happens when they get there? What do they do?
Who knows? Hold on, I gotta help this girl.
I know.
Open
I was hoping you would.
It's getting a little bit strange here.
Will hail their demise.
What's so hard about opening the freaking door?
It's the child safety thing. Hi, honey.
Water on my hands. Okay?
Yes, sure.
Thank you very
Thank you
kindly.
very much. Wow. I said one. Anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
When it says, it talked about a serpent will hail their demise through the serpent's tongue as they reach their pilgrimage.
Yeah, maybe.
And then it looks like it has some words in Greek or something. Latin? I don't know.
I think those sound like Latin.
Manet. Libertas.
The
Remorta
elders look. The elders
Precarium?
teach of the ability to unlock time travel and magic. Yet to raise the ghosts, they must first survive the journey.
Oh, they're going to raise the ghosts. Oh, so they're going to raise the because they're on this sacrificial right here through the forest and over the sea. The sacrificial lives there for all to see. The wind it blows and the path is shown. We push this kingdom on. Know that we strayed beyond the lost enclaves. So they're going enclaves. So they're going to meet with the ghosts to give them information. Is that what you said?
That gives them the ability to travel through time.
Yeah.
Right? The elders teach or taught that the ability to unlock time travel and magic, yet to raise the ghosts, they must first survive the journey. So they're trying to accomplish this feat of time travel and magic, but in order to do so, they have to make this horrible, treacherous journey, which kind of has an Icarus-like feel to it, because you're trying to get to some level of human ingenuity or whatever, or to harness some sort of divine power, but there's risk to it, and it's almost, those things are like almost always doomed to fail. You know what I'm saying?
How can you say that? What do you mean?
Because it's very. Remember, I told you about that It's a very obscure interpretation of 666, which is that 7 is the number of perfection, and so 6 is man's attempt to get perfection.
Yeah, and he'll never
and
get
then
there.
to repeat something in tripartite in Hebrew culture was the ultimate form of emphasis. So holy, 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 for example, or
So it's
in
fail,
Jeremiah
fail.
when they were saying the temple of the Lord, temple of the Lord, temple of the Lord. So 666 is not just man's attempt to reach perfection, but his attempt to reach perfection in every aspect, and his doom to failure every single time, which then engenders a certain level of rage and envy at God, because only God can hit 7, and God hits 7 every single time, and we only hit 6, and so there's this rage at God because of our inability to be God. And so that rage collectively gets manifested in a person, and so that guy is called the Antichrist, and so that's why his number is 666.
Oh,
because he's the
that's
accumulated.
right. I remember you saying that. It's very interesting.
He's the accumulated created rage of the creation, because of our Theo envy, basically. So that's why I'm saying, like, stories like Icarus and things like that are shadows of that. Like, you're always going to fail. Like, you want to defy the laws of gravity because gravity was placed on you by a power that you did not volunteer for gravity. Like, I was talking to my atheist friends one time, and he was talking
It's
about
so funny what we choose to want to defy.
Yeah. We were talking about the flood, and he was, he was expecting me to try to defend God, and I said, well, I mean, on what basis does God owe you life? Why does he owe you life? And he said, well, and then I gave the analogy of, if I lend you $100 and I say at any point I'm going to come back and take the remainder of my balance, but do good with this money. And then you go off and proceed to do a whole bunch of crazy shit with the money. And I show up one day and take the remainder of the balance. Have I done you any wrong? And he goes, well, no. And I said, okay, so if God says I'm going to give you life and at some point I'm going to collect the balance, he's done you no wrong in taking life from you. And he goes, well, I didn't make that deal with God. And boom, there it is. It's like, there it is right there. Mm-hmm. Like the audacity of a created being to say, well, I didn't agree to this deal. Mm-hmm. Like that doesn't even work in a human court. Mm-hmm. Hey, you were going 150 in a 65. Well, I didn't agree to these terms. Mm-hmm. half the country didn't vote for the guy that's in the office right now. And that's just on the human level. We would laugh the guy out of court. But now when it comes to the Almighty, he's supposed to ask your permission to put the rules in the game. You're out of your fucking mind. But there it is. Like, that's that, like... So, I think when you look at a place like Atlantis, I mean, from what I know of Atlantis...
You can get so far into that mindset, it makes sense, though.
What?
Well, I didn't agree to that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, of course. Especially if you're an American and you have no understanding of what, federal headship actually looked like. Mm-hmm. But again, even in American context, you realize that it doesn't matter who you voted for. Whoever the president is the guy that's going to make the decisions, and they're going to take your tax dollars, and it doesn't matter.
Right.
So you can feel how you want to feel about it, but that's once again in line with how reality functions. Mm-hmm. So very few people get to choose their leaders. I mean, if you ultimately could choose your leader, then it's not your leader. You know what I'm saying? Because we want to believe. Like, for example, you voted Tom Brady as the captain of the team.
Okay.
But even if you didn't vote Tom Brady as the captain of the team, guess what? He would still be the fucking captain of the team.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't choose our leaders. Leaders just emerge naturally. We recognize our leaders. We don't choose them. That's not the same thing. So,
is that what happened with Saul, the first king in the Bible?
What do you mean?
He was just recognized? They didn't choose him, right? They wanted a king, but didn't God choose him?
Yeah, God chose him. I lived in Atlantis in my former life.
Ooh, who said that?
Mark.
Interesting thing to say.
Steven goes, oh no, Biden and Trump both broke election records. There's nothing suspicious about that whatsoever. Shout out to the homie. So yeah, Atlantis seems to me to be kind of like a cautionary tale about human excess to some degree, and it's human arrogance.
It says their blinded lust for their God's embrace. They turn their backs and fade. The sea, it now starts to rise, and now begins their demise.
Yeah.
So that goes to the greed, sort of.
Well, yeah, because it appears that they were trying to consult these gods so as to be able to harness some sort of divine power. So who really was their god? Was it the gods, or it seems to me they were using the gods as a means to an end. Not that the gods were an end in and of themselves, right? Because as Homeboy was saying, he was saying that they, that the gods were supposed to get them the ability to time travel and all the rest of it. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Do you think that the story of Atlantis correlates to the biblical account of the flood at all?
I really don't see a lot of. I mean, Gilgamesh, obviously. The first time I heard about it was Plato, when we were studying Plato, and it was more like I said, it was just a cautionary tale about. But it wasn't like violence, because the main issue in Genesis and even the Enochian or intertestamental literature for the flood was violence. It's just widespread violence, and you had the Nephilim and Enoch. They were eating people. They were teaching cannibalism. They were war. They were teaching people how to do war and giving them instruments for warfare. Women were wearing makeup. But Atlantis seems to be more about arrogance, hubris, pride. We're better than everybody, yada, yada, yada. And that kind of went to their destruction. And kind of Plato was using that as a cautionary tale because he was in an advanced Western society. And so there were obvious parallels between that. Mm-hmm. And it was just used as a cautionary tale. The Atlanteans seem to me to be arrogant people. Like, I'll say it this way. I would much rather have lived in Atlantis than in the world of the flood, prior to the flood. I mean, both communities were doomed to destruction, but Atlantis seemed to be they seem to be very just progressive and intelligent people who were just too arrogant, whereas the world of the flood, it just seemed to be just violent and barbaric and every man for themselves type of situation.
Yikes. Well, that's how I always assumed it to be. I always thought of the before the flood, like you just explained, barbaric, not very advanced, but
what?
But why do we think that? I just assumed it was like that because it was at the beginning of time. But then there's discussion like, there's the
Earth
whole
was filled with violence in Genesis 6. So I don't think I don't necessarily think they were backwards people. I'm just saying that they were just violent people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And that's definitely
like, is there anybody on the planet that can fuck with us? I mean, but we're kind of a combination of the Atlanteans and the flood generations, where we're violent as hell. Mm-hmm. We'll kill you on TV. You know what I'm saying? We'll kill you. Americans will kill you on TV, and if we could, we'd make a reality show about killing you on TV.
Right.
But we're also advanced technologically, et cetera, and we're arrogant as hell. So it's kind of we're kind of like a combination of all of those. You know what I'm saying? So it was an interesting cautionary tale. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. What were your thoughts? See, look, as we are the watchers of the sun, the outstretched hands you disregard. Mm-hmm. We've traveled worlds since time began, and we stand before the three pillars. So it looks like these beings are like, listen, guys, this is not a good idea. But they were being disregarded.
Yep.
We stand alone where the gods once stood. The fall of Atlantis and the Brotherhood break the shackles that once remained. Then it says, and mountains crumble into the sea, and the tides will ride as a ferry master awaits. I'm assuming that's the guy that takes you to the next world, the river.
The ferry,
or whatever.
Yeah.
And the light passes the gate. The serpent will heed our call at the three pillars. Raise us from the depths below. The compass guides us home, etc. Under the blackened skies, open your eyes. Inhibit man's demise. So that's like we're trying to stop man's demise. Mm-hmm. So, but of course we don't listen because we don't learn their lesson. It's really interesting because a lot of times, like especially since the beginning of the scientific endeavor, like there is this assumption that the more progress we make, the better, or the more we know, the better, mm-hmm. and the more scientific advancements we make, the better. And I'm like, I'm not sure that's true. Mm-hmm. Because I look at it like, have human beings matured enough for the knowledge? That's the question. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like when my brother was little man, Jamie, when he was 3, he made the newspaper. He made the nuppaper. I was gonna say that before I did, but he did.
That was your poem. You did a poem. How did he make the paper?
Because we went to pick up my stepdad.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Oh, hold on." And so he left the car on.
Oh, right, that's right. I forgot about this.
And then Jamie got behind the wheel and drove them right into a fence or some other thing. Junior was in the car. He was like, "No," you know what I'm saying? But like, he was not old enough to deal with that technology. Mm-mm. He was not mature enough to deal with that technology. So, like, that's the thing with science. Like, science is great, and it's great, but like, we don't have. I mean, look at World War II. Like, that demonstrated pretty clearly that we didn't have the maturity to have nuclear technology.
Right.
We're not mature enough for it. That's
right.
Why, like, Aaron Ross was like, "How come God didn't tell us about the scientific endeavor?" It's like, bro, God knew we needed Genesis 1:26. We still haven't been able to figure out Genesis 1:26 that human beings are created in the image and likeness of God. Mm-hmm. I'm like,
it's you guys most important thing.
You guys don't even know why we shouldn't kill people. Get out of here, bro. Like, God's gonna give us the keys to the kingdom, give us nuclear technology and all the rest of it. If God would have done that in Genesis 1, none of us would be here right now.
People barely listen to Genesis 1 as it is, even Christians.
Yeah. At least you can have somewhat of a developed sort of morality to kind of offset the insanity of the.
Right.
That's the entire point of the mad scientist motif, right? The entire point of the mad scientist is this is a guy who looks at science as an end in itself. And if you look at science and knowledge as an end in itself, you're going to kill us all. But if you look at science and knowledge as serving some higher purpose, then not only does that benefit humanity, but it also creates stopgaps.
Yep.
Where people go, the cost benefit ratio or the risk reward ratio here is too far on the red for us to continue down this particular path. Mm-hmm. And so when you have that kind of moral maturity, and you don't have to be a Christian to have, you just need to function in a society that's pinned down by Christian morality. I will say that, and I'll say that to the end, because that's what you saw in the Western world, and the Enlightenment came out of a specific context. So I'll go to war with that, and I got Perk in the house, so he can back me up with actual sources. But yeah, I think if you have a pinned down Christian moral framework, you don't necessarily need to be a Christian to operate in it and say, okay, from these, like for divine spark, imago Dei, image of God, I don't care what you want to call it, but humanity is sacred and humanity is ultimate. Okay?
Right.
And we're not going to do the Peter Singer thing and say that a happy cat is worth more than a kid with Down syndrome. We're not doing that.
God.
These people. But again, you become unmoored from your...
More than a child?
Cheats mean nothing to some of these folks. Peter Singer, Francesca Minerva, Martino Gubellini, all these crazy people, right? But they're people that are using science unmoored from its Christian, mores.
Yeah.
And so, but you don't. My point is, once you have that nailed down in society, you don't need to be a Christian to operate within it. So, and that's why.
Right.
We'll have people like Thanos and things like that, and people immediately look at him as a bad guy. Well, the reason you think Thanos is a bad guy is because you have certain assumptions. So anyway, really, really, really interesting stuff. I really, really like this song. What'd you give it?
I was not that much of a fan of this one. 8.8. No, 8. Like literally 8. Not 8.8. 8.
This song was actually very layered as far as the musicianship goes. And this is one of those songs where I really truly wish I had a lot of time to sit there and not just hear the music, but read the lyrics and hear the story from beginning to end, because it's really, really fascinating. And I'm extremely surprised that there hasn't been a 3-hour movie or a series on Atlantis. Like, I'm very, very surprised, because it's
I would have assumed there was.
Yeah, it would be amazing, because here's a society that is doomed to fail, no matter what. And I love stories like that where the person or the group is doomed. Like, I love shit like that.
Why?
Because it's telling our story in microcosm. All of us know we're gonna die.
Oh wow, that's so interesting.
So like, you have these like survival epics, like that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio with the bear or whatever. He got eaten by the bear, and he still found a way to survive. Revenant.
I never saw that. I don't think
you did see it.
Oh,
It's
I
when
did.
when you tore your ACL.
I don't remember barely anything about that
up.
time period.
Yeah,
I had too much pain meds, I think.
Yeah, it's an amazing it's a crazy. So I just love like looking at those.
Oh wait, it was in the snow. It was really cold.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do remember that one.
Like he should have died like 58 times, and like this guy's will to live was insane.
Yes.
And I just remember watching. It was like a
gosh.
real celebration of the human spirit. It's like, yeah, but you're gonna die, bro.
Right.
Like,
oh my gosh.
And then you escaped all that.
That's so depressing.
You escaped all that shit, and then you die of COVID.
Oh my gosh.
This giant bear couldn't take you out, but this like microscopic thing could. It's like Jonathan Edwards, where he was like, I'll tell you what, the Puritans were real. They were real dicks they were real dicks. But I'll tell you what, when the Puritan wanted to dish you,
what'd they do?
Because it was almost always. Basically, Jonathan Edwards like, here you are. You think you're such a badass. You don't need God, yada, yada, yada. And yet you can be dispatched into eternity by a spider.
Right.
Like, how bad are you really?
Right.
And then now it's like, it's even worse. Like, here you are, people, I'm the master of my own ship, yada, yada. Okay. But, you fucking COVID could take you out. Fuck out of here.
Do you think that's why we like stories like Spider-Man where, I know that the spider wasn't like a real spider, but it was like I don't know. Well, they got chemical splashed on it or something.
Yeah.
But he gets bit by it. It should kill him, but instead it empowers him. You think that's why we're attracted to stuff like that?
Oh, yeah, 100 trillion %, of course. Yeah, of course. Shout out to Brazil, by the way. Long live Brazil.
Hey, Fernando.
Fernando Aquino.
Wait, is this Stacy's Fernando?
I think this is a different Fernando.
Or another Fernando.
There are multiple people in the planet name.
Wait, what? How dare you ruin my... Okay, actually, babe, we gotta say VinAnd Sori out.
Having said that, I'm the master of my fate. I'm the captain of my soul. Right? Like, yeah!
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, you're not. You're not the master. You fuck out of here. You're the master of your fate, bro. What do you mean? I'm not talking about...
The Bible says that...
I'm not talking about Archero. I'm saying, like, that idea is just patently ridiculous.
It says that man, like, makes his plans, basically, but God's the one that orders his
It's
steps.
Proverbs 16, yeah. The man makes plans, but the Lord determines, yeah. Like,
I was thinking about that because one of our kids was saying that when they grow up, they're going to move to this certain place. And that's literally the verse I quoted to myself because I wanted to stick around. So I was like, well, he can make all his plans, but God's going to... I didn't say that to him. I was like, that's nice. All right. Vin out.
all right. Having said that, dear listener, Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone.
Okay, honey, look, I don't know where you got that other thing. This says, here's the final list.
Scroll down.
And I'm scrolling down.
Look at that song, Alastor, number 5. Dead Things in Jars, Middle Earth.
Oh, okay. Why did I miss that? Okay, whatever.
So it says track 2, timestamp 8 something, right? Do you see that there?
No.
Go back to the email. Man makes plans, God laughs. Actually,
Yeah,
that's
right here.
that's not in the
Timestamp
Bible.
803.
Could you try again?
I don't know if that happened.
Do you have that logged into mine? Because it's got that Indian. I changed
Oh,
the
yeah,
accent.
yeah,
I
this
changed
is
the
yours.
accent to an Indian accent.
Why? You should change it to German.
You didn't like it, you racist.
No, you should change it to German. You know why. You saw how you were treated by them Indian people?
Yeah, that's why I have that voice. So that's basically my butler. It's serving me the entire time.
Babe!
Shout out to India. Also, fuck you very much.
That sounded so much like something Dorian would say. That was hilarious.
We've got to tell that story at some point.
Oh, we will.
We got to tell that story at some
We
point.
absolutely will.
All right, hold on. Let me see here because I gotta make sure that I'm doing this properly.
Timestamp
Yeah.
8. I thought you
There it
downloaded
is right there. So I got to get it to the 8
No, you
minute
did
and
it
3
and you
second
downloaded
mark.
it.
No, that's the second one I did.
Oh, what? There's two of them like that?
There's 2 of them. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is.
All right.
It's
Timestamp
at the
803.
it's at the 803 timestamp. So boom, look at that right
Dead
there,
things
right
in jar-
there.
Okay, wait a minute. I need a timestamp myself.
Man makes plans and life simply happens. In my experience, yeah, that's just another translation of a man makes plans, but the Lord determines the outcome. Proverbs 16.
Oh, Amy, what you said. I have a feeling God laughs very often when he watches us. I was literally thinking about it the other day because sometimes I get like, Vin, he spends his time like studying actually meaningful things. And when I get online and I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to tool around online. I'll like click on things that are like the weirdest responses for people sending text messages to the wrong number. Those were funny. Just like stuff like that. Well, anyway, I was looking at like people like tripping, anything with people like tripping. I don't want to see people get like seriously injured. I don't want to see broken legs. I don't want to see broken bones.
There's no way that woman. Go ahead.
But I want to see like, like this girl in this really high heels and she was like walking and like you see the moment when she's like, fuck, because her ankles buckle in and then she almost like falls on this other lady, but she gains her bearing again and kind of like stuff like that just kills me. Well, anyway, I was thinking about, because Vin and I had this conversation one time, whether or not there's like going to be tripping in heaven.
That's a good one. Man's heart away from nature becomes hard. That's a good one.
Yeah, I agree with
pagan.
it.
That must be a pagan.
I agree with that.
Proverb. Go ahead.
100%. So I was laughing at like people's failures, really.
It's just
It's just so fun to me. And then I was thinking like, imagine because now that we're in the age of like everybody has a cell phone, they're capturing so many ridiculous moments that would not have gotten caught on tape. They would have just been like, oh, I saw this funny thing happen. But now you can go through reels and just watch all the stupidity of the human beings. It's so friggin' entertaining. And so I was thinking, like, okay, if we are like God in ways, and if like failures are not sin like sin is, so I was like, I wonder if God thinks it's funny, and I wonder if that's why he wrote it into the script, because he too thinks it's entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I know. I completely believe that. That's why I believe there will be tripping in the next world, and everybody will laugh, but you won't be so prideful that it'll embarrass you. So you'll enjoy it along with everybody else.
Yeah. Well, there you have it.
So my heart is of steel. Look, see, Ben Webb just told on himself. Look, he says, I imagine God is that weird guy that looks at other people's doings in the dongs at the urinal and judging his based on how other people's look. So he's got to say something blasphemous, but it doesn't matter because he just admitted he believes God exists.
But he also admits that he doesn't know anything about him because he doesn't have a dong.
Ben knows enough about God to know that he could say some dumb shit like that and not get zapped into the ether. Do me a favor, bro, and heat this up. This specifically, like maybe like in the oven. All these are like, how did you get that heated? Did you put that in the oven? Toaster. You put it in the toaster. Okay. Do me a favor, warm the oven up and throw that in there.
Honey, wrap it in tin foil.
Wrap it in tin foil though. Jazakallahu khairan. Okay. My heart is a fleshy mass that plumps blood. Not very interesting. All right, guys. Here we go.
I need the timestamp.
The next song on the way. Timestamp do 2:30. Do 2:28:20. Do 2:28:35. 2:28:35. Let's go. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinAnd Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them. If you go back and watch... No, vanilla.
Maybe you should just focus on your own things.
Okay. Tell the people the name of this song. We're going to get right into it.
All right. The name of this song, the band is Alastor, Dead Things in Jars.
Yeah, that's a very interesting
concerning.
title. Dead Things in Jars is the name of the song. What's the name of the band again? I don't think you're pronouncing it correctly.
Alastor?
Sounds like Alastor. Something like that.
It looks
Okay.
like alabaster. That's what I was thinking.
What'd you say?
Things in
Alabaster?
jars. Gross. No, it's not alabaster. Ready?
No, we're not ready. We're not ready because I'm trying to get it exactly on the timestamp here.
Yeah. Anyway,
there it is. Boom. Okay.
Oh, look at that.
Dead Things in Jars. This is for the big homie Middle Earth. Brought to you by the agents of Ambitus, but Middle Earth specifically chose this song. This was his song. This was his song of 2021. It says timestamp 803.
Yeah, but you.
So we're at timestamp. We're at timestamp 802 right there. You see that?
Yeah, and so if you start it there and you play it till the end of it, that means we're going to be listening to this song for 30 minutes.
Nope.
Oh, really? Oh,
Nope.
It goes backwards?
Nope.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
All right, ready?
Carry on.
Let's go.
Here's the beginning of it. Ready?
See, the ending was quite obvious.
It was. That it was.
And you didn't believe me. I
Well,
knew.
you know, there's no.
I knew
That's
it.
because there's some songs where if you listen to the album, it literally just bleeds in. There's no break at all.
I know.
So
I know. I hear ya. So the
Ew.
appositional writing
Yuggy.
style. That's cool. Everybody kind of has a consensus like they like the musicianship more than the lyrics.
Yeah, I mean the lyrics were just. Ooh.
And I think I went from I really dislike progressive metal. I don't like progressive metal at all. It's my least favorite genre.
Okay.
And I think I don't think I like doom metal that much.
Oh.
I think progressive. I think doom has taken over as my least favorite genre of metal.
Oh. This song made it push it there?
No. The
Oh.
reason that I know that doom has been my least favorite is because I really truly like this song. And I think to myself, how many other doom songs are like this song, and there's not many of them. And that's what made me say I probably really don't like doom as a genre. Because this song, like, you have to be so good to make doom work for me, that you have to be like this level good with the musicianship. And I don't really know this band. I don't know if this band caught lightning in a bottle once or if they're just good overall.
Right.
But they did a really good job on the musicianship. Definitely felt like the Aussie vibes for show. Shout out to Controller of Minds. It is 6:30 in the morning where he is. Oh my goodness. He's got to leave for work. Poor fella. Get some rest, guys. Sleep is very,
It's
very important.
12:30 in the middle of the night for us. Or I guess that would be the early morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, like, I didn't even hear the sound of the song because I was so focused on the lyrics at first. And then obviously at the end, the lyrics finished. And then you could just kind of focus on the sound of the song.
See, lyrically, it was okay. Like I said, it's appositional writing style. But like, vocally, the guy kind of reminded me of Lane from Alice in Chains.
Oh.
You know that like haunty, kind of grimy, but still haunty, like ethereal, like there's a ghost in the room type vibe that Lane has. Like this guy kind of had it. So look at what Vin likes new metal and metalcore. He doesn't have the patience for prog or doom. He prefers knuckle dragging dipshit music. Absolute half breed monkey. Well, he's kind of. I like boom right at the beginning and and we go to war, we're gonna kill, that type of thing. He's right there.
That's
I
the way I
don't
like my
really
sermons.
I don't really like shit that has to develop that much. I like I like slow character development over time, like in literature. But as far as my music, like I can get shit right now. Okay, Dead Without Decomposing, Stitches.
Oh.
What's the problem?
I don't like these lyrics.
Why don't you like the lyrics?
Because, well, if I understand it, they're talking about, you know, like when you go to a morgue. Have you ever been to a morgue?
Yeah.
Okay. You know how they have the jars with all the, and then they have babies in some of them?
Yeah.
I think I never really, like, I didn't like that when I saw that. It bothered me, like, very deeply. And then, and the girl
What were
also.
you doing in a morgue?
I worked at the hospital, babe.
Oh, okay.
So I had to, it was a really weird experience because, oh, I don't want to trigger people. Because it was my first experience with like a body that had just passed. And like, you know, that you have to clean them and then you put, like, I couldn't believe that you really, like, the stuff that's in the movies was real. That was kind of what freaked me out too. Like you literally put a tag on their toe. And then you zip them in the bag, and the bag looked like the movies, and so it was just a weird feeling. And then we had
Did you zip them?
Yeah, it wasn't a good feeling. Like I didn't like it at all. And then, but everybody in my class, I was a student, and everybody in my class is terrified. And at the time, the type of person that I was if I was afraid of something, I hit that shit fast.
Right.
Because the fear would grip me too quickly and too deeply. So if I didn't move fast and get over it, then I knew it would, you know, I should probably adopt that philosophy again. But anyway, so, you know, I wheeled her down, and there was a girl that wasn't much older than I, and she was working in the morgue, and she was like really weird. Like, you know, like when people like look
Like
eerily at you, that was her
In the
job.
morgue?
And then I was like, why did you pick this job?
Yeah,
Aren't
it's
you
like-
creeped
it's
out
like
down
a
here?
dude, the dude that becomes a gynecologist.
Right.
Like,
Right.
there's just certain professions where it's like, Jonathan Davis from Korn, he used to work in the morgue. The Kern County morgue. He used to work there. So, I mean,
I just couldn't do it. But she said she picked it because, like the typical saying that she prefers the dead over the living, and it was just very creepy when she said that.
Saying, but
no, it's in movies. Like when there's a morgue person in a movie and they ask them, they'll say, like, I'm pretty sure it was like on Men in Black. That's what they said when the woman worked it. She said she prefers the dead over the living because they don't fight or they don't argue or I don't remember. But anyway, so it was very a very weird feeling because, and then I was like looking at this big metal table and it was all slanted and I knew what went on it. And it was just like the idea, it just was a lot. And then I look and I see all these jars and then I saw the baby in the jar and I was like, I was trying to be appreciative of somebody donating their child from a scientific standpoint, and I could appreciate it from that standpoint, but coming from like a human thing, I couldn't process why anybody would be okay with their I feel like throwing up when I'm saying that.
Their child in that situation.
In a jar like that.
Mm-hmm.
So when it was explaining it and the detail that he went into was just a little bit too much for me. And I saw they were trying to show like the wonders of science. I was like looking at some stuff about just like the wonders of science, and it was like a little tiny drop, like it was the smallest little drop, and there was just this tiny, tiny little baby inside that drop. Mm-hmm. It was so small, and it was like, and you could tell that they were like, well, this is amazing, but like I couldn't separate from it that the reason that child was in that drop was because it was no longer in its mother's womb. Mm-hmm. And so it's hard to see the one, probably because my own, experiences with a miscarriage probably, messes with it a lot. But I hadn't had a miscarriage when I saw that baby in the jar, and I still, like, it bothered me, like, because it...
But it bothers you more now, right? Like, if you were in that situation again, because of your miscarriage.
Yes. But I don't know, this is probably throw you for a loop. I don't know if I had, I don't know. I'm not definitively saying that I would never, if I lost a baby, I don't know if I would definitively say no, that nothing, I guess I would probably donate the baby's organs, but I don't know that I could donate it to science, even though I think that that's a really, because people do that, it makes advances for other people's children.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I could be that unselfish, I guess you could say, to allow that. Mm-hmm. But I think that if you could get past for some reason, like when I think of someone that passes away or whatever, like I don't like the idea of them being cold.
Why do people say pass away instead of die?
Because I didn't want to say it. It was just it was too hard of a word.
See, pass away sounds so much worse to me than die. It sounds like a
slow...
Pass away seems so much worse to me than die.
Is it creepy sounding?
I think it's because of the way I grew up. Like, I was always, attuned to euphemisms because that's what my family did all day, every day. It was euphemism. So euphemisms became worse to me than the actual event itself. Because it says to me that something is so bad that you can't treat it straight up. That's what it signals to me. Whereas if you just say the real thing, that means, yeah, it's terrible, but we can deal with it. But if you make up a euphemism for it, to me, it's like, this is really horrible now. So anytime I hear pass away, it's always worse to me than die. Strange. I'm not saying you should alter. I'm just saying,
you know what's interesting?
It's different.
I'll tell you, when I was a teenager, I had a real problem with people saying that my uncle passed away.
Yeah.
And I made a point to say he died.
Yeah.
And when I would tell people my uncle died, and I would say died in that, because I didn't like that either. That's funny. I totally forgot that I had that reaction.
Yeah, they're like this guy.
But I'm not like that now.
This guy, rapper, surprise, Young Dolph, just got killed last week. By his own people, by the way. Surprise. When I say his own people, black people. Do what you will with that. But they shot the brother 50 to 100 times. And they're like, yeah, Young Dolph passed away. Like, nigga, he got shot 50 times. What do you mean passed? That, to me, it's like, why use the euphemism at that point? You got blasted 50 times, bro. He didn't just, pass away is you got lost at sea or some shit.
Yeah,
it's something I don't know. you know, and the other thing too is that the term pass away is used in the New Testament. It's not used for death. You know, like when there's, you know, this will pass away. You know, tongues they will cease. Yada yada yada. So.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, like.
Wow.
Was it 1 Corinthians 13? I think it says prophecies they'll pass away, some shit like that. But anyway.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And then Jesus said, "Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will remain forever."
Yeah.
So pass away in the New Testament sense, you're
never coming back. There's no resurrection.
Whereas with death, at least there's a resurrection happening.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So
yeah.
I've been subsumed in Christianity my entire conscious life. So like, I'm okay with death in the sense of, like, it's weird. Like my mom's gone. Like I don't, like, I think about her every day. My mother-in-law, my ex-mother, whatever, she's gone. Like I think about her every 5 hours since she's been whatever, but. Since she's been dead. But the circumstances of her death were. But I've got full and complete confidence I'm going to see them again. So the pain that I feel is just you were in so much pain that you felt like this is something you had to do and I wasn't there for you type of situation. But like I feel like I'm gonna see them again. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I know I'm going to see them, and I'm not even doing this. Like, I know I'm going to see them.
Yeah.
So I can handle death that way, but the whole pass away thing, I'm like, to me, especially when Christians say it, that's my thing with Christians say it. It's like, okay, you don't really believe this stuff then, because you're supposed to be able to look death straight in the face as a Christian. Because you believe in a resurrection. So why are we, and I'm not talking about you, I'm just saying, like, why are we using that terminology? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think for me, the bigger thing is when you said everything that it's pass away is like, when it passes away, it doesn't come back in the scriptures. That to me was a bigger, I was like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, there's no coming back after that in the scripture. If something passes away, it's not coming back. Mm-hmm. But if something dies, it comes back. Like Jesus didn't pass. Can you imagine when Jesus passed away for my sins? What? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
We're somebody said one time, like, you're a death cult or whatever. And there is a sense in which you cannot deny that Christianity is a cult in the technical sense, right? Because it's a religion with certain rituals and things like that, and it has boundary marks and boundary moments and things like that. All those things that make up a religious cult. There's a difference between a sociological cult and an actual religious cult or cultic practice. And death is central to Christian theology in that death is an enemy. Yep. It literally is called an enemy. It's the ekthra is pretty sure is the Greek root, which is the same word that's used when it says the natural mind is hostile to God, or that people are God haters. It's the same root. So it's like this aggressive sort of war between the people of God and death itself. And then at the end of the story, death and hell are thrown into the lake of fire.
Yeah, and then there's that verse that says, "Death, where's your sting?"
Yeah, it's the same one in 1 Corinthians 15. You know, grave, where's your victory, or death, where's your sting, or whatever. You know, the sting of death is the law, yada, yada, yada. So it's like the entire crux of our religion, you know, the cross is an instrument of death. So the entire crux of our religion is about familiarizing ourselves with this enemy and confronting him straight up wherever we find him. And then Christians start saying shit like "pass away." Like it's kind of almost like, you know, the criticism that Obama was getting, which was kind of half true, where he refused to say radical Islamic terrorism. But all your debriefs and everything like that, it was all there. It's like but when he would talk to the public, he would say shit like extremist, but he would never say Islamic terrorism. And people were like, why we can't say like what the enemy is here? Like, if you say radical Islamic terrorism, I'm pretty sure that excludes all, you know, you're not saying all Muslims. Yeah. You know, and you know, it's not difficult. The vast majority of victims of Islamic terrorists are Muslims. So, like, but like, name the fucking enemy and stop with the euphemism. So for me, it's like, when I hear Christians, you know, and again, I'm not flaming. I'm just, pass away. You're gonna pass away. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, our forefathers and foremothers never had a problem with calling it what it was.
Well, I think that there was a switch in I guess in how we dealt with death. So before we were talking about this, I'm pretty sure actually that this was in my class, or maybe it was something that we discussed. I'm not sure. Where, back then you had, the body was displayed in your living room for X amount of days, and everything was death was in front of you. Now we've moved death to be at a hospital. And at the hospital, it's got the white walls. We take away all of the shock or the trauma of the thing. Somebody can get in a really bad accident, and they can make them look pretty damn good, and they do the open casket, stuff like that. So you know what I mean? Like, we've made it so that way our experience, we've tried to soften the blow of what death is.
Right.
And make it as, whitewashed walls and as calm and, passing away instead of like...
Yeah, but I hate that phrase, man. Passing away. Holy shit.
You know what? I'll never see it the same now. Now that you said that, especially to me, it's all how it connects to that verse. Like, if we take away the word death, but I at the same time, I do still think if I'm talking to somebody, if they were a Christian, then I think I would probably like share it that way, like those verses with the, because they already know the person died, but. Yeah. You know what I mean? To share those verses.
I wouldn't edit it no matter who the audience is. I'd never do that. Because to me...
You don't do that.
To me, that euphemism is not going to bring anybody any comfort. To me, those people seem more miserable than to say the word die.
Yeah.
Like, so, my mom died this date. My mother-in-law died this date. The trauma of death really is a separation. Right, and then for an unbeliever, the trauma of death is a giant question mark of the unknown. It's interesting. I was watching a Behind the Music Metallica, and their buddy died in the bus accident.
Yeah,
and they got ossified drunk, like completely drunk. And Kirk he said he was walking around outside, and it was like dead cold. He said no shoes on or whatever, and he kept saying, "Where's Cliff?"
Oh God!
And of course. I was just walking around doing shit, and then I heard "Where's Cliff?" I was like, "Hey, what?" Oh, he's talking. Okay, but like it was that kind of crystallized it. Like I've never had that feeling. I've never had that question. Where is so and so? Like I've had people close to me, but I've never had that question.
Wait, really?
Yeah, good or bad.
Why?
I'm saying I've never had, because I knew where they were.
Yeah, but you never felt like you were in this kind of weird place where, so literally any time that somebody close to me passes away, my heart keeps searching for them. And then I see somebody at the store that has some similarities in features to them. And my initial thing is I got very happy inside. I say, there they are. And then I remember, that's no.
Yeah,
never happened to you.
But you and I grew up different. Like, I'm more of like I want to know the worst possible thing at the quickest, and I want to like stay in it. So anybody that's close to me that's died, I stay in that shit. There's no where is so and so, like I know where they are. So but I think that's a major trauma point for a lot of people, that if you don't have a worldview that accounts for where people are when you put off the physical and you just go back to consciousness, you just go back to being a conscious being, then you're going to have a much more difficult time, which is why I'm very, very excited for the next iteration of science where, this materialist, physicalist nonsense can be dispensed with, and then people can start really learning. Because in the human family, we haven't really begun to learn anything about science, really.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
we're just the foothills. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, the song was very, very interesting. I think there's a balance between, well, first of all, on the one hand, as I said, a person could rightly say that Christianity is a death cult, but on the other hand, the reason that the cross can then become the picture of our religion is because we believe Jesus rose from the dead.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, but how in the world a religion can have the cross as their symbol in my mind, can only be explained by a resurrection.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Otherwise, you would hide that and bury that so far in the past.
Yeah, Muhammad.
Focus on the good deeds he did. Forget about that. We're not going to talk about that.
Sadaqt.
Absolutely.
Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he died because a Jewish woman poisoned his mutton, and he ate it, and so did his buddies, and it eventually ended up killing him. And trust me, a poisoned mutton leg is not the symbol of Islam. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's damn near impossible to me to explain that without a resurrection. And so that's one of the reasons why Christians have always been, I don't want to say preoccupied with death, although if you look at a lot of the art in the Middle Ages, but we've always been able to kind of reconcile ourselves with death because we believe in a resurrection. Yeah. And so that's the other reason I'm like, why would I say pass away? Like, you're going to rise from the dead.
Yeah.
So you're coming back. You come back from death. So anyway, what do you get the song?
Oh, God. I think it's got to be a silent count for me. I can't. It's a silent count for me. I know that's very weird because of how it's doom and all that. But go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Geez, Davey, I can imagine.
Yeah. This is a solid 9. I don't like doom metal as a genre, but I love what these guys did sonically and lyrically. It generated a pretty cool discussion, which I didn't think we were going to have. So there you are, dear listener. Having said that, Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. All right, guys. We got another one on the way for you guys. We're not playing around, ladies and gentlemen. We are not playing around. The next song coming up is Ghostheart Nebula. Is that it?
Yes,
I think it's Ghostheart Nebula.
It is. Intense.
And yeah, sure. What's the name of the song? Ascension is the name of the song. And this is for River, right?
Is it? No, this is Archero.
He deploys December 7th.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. The 7th?
Yeah.
That's the day I'm getting my hair done.
Okay.
So it'll let me remember. Do it while my hair is still crazy.
All right, guys. So we got another banger coming for you. And here comes the commercial. And then we'll be ready to go. Timestamp 303. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinAnd Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
We are in an awesome stream. There's been some really thought-provoking and inspiring music tonight.
Yes.
It has inspired
as
lots
always,
of feelings.
You dumb butts.
Yes. Well, I don't know that, like, I think for me, or maybe this is just what I'm remembering, this stream, it's like, there's a lot of, like, really, like, kind of extreme emotions that are all kind of different.
True. Very, very, very true.
So
Very
anyway,
true.
so this next song, okay, so this is being done by the agents of
Ambitus.
and the next song that we're going to do is Ghostheart Nebula, Ascension Part 1. This is for the big homie Cosmic River.
Yes. The big homie Cosmic River.
No, that's part of the thing. That's
What?
part of the title. Featuring Gogo, Melone, and Archero is actually the one that picked this. The one that says we have a lame intro.
Did you call it the cringe tro or something like
Yeah,
that?
that's right. The cringe.
The cringe tro.
Well, you probably put commercial as part of it. The cringe roll. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully the no, that's not the right one.
This
That
is the
was
one that
Ghost of
you made the
Atlantis.
short version of it. 'Cause
Yeah,
you cut
this-
the beginning to make it exactly perfect. Vinny like cut the video because it was a very long one, but the song was like stuck in the middle, and so Vinny took it, cut it down, and created an old little video for it.
Yeah, maybe. That's not the one though.
Hey, I was like, hey, something's playing.
We gotta find where it is. I shouldn't.
You said you titled it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I should not have named it that.
Babe, just go in the VinAnd Sori folder. I'm sure it's there.
Why would it be there?
Because when you upload it, it goes straight to the VinAnd Sori.
Does it?
Where the hell even is the VinAnd Sori folder?
I don't know. This is your computer.
I don't use this one anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I use this one.
Mm-hmm. There's a VinAnd Sori folder. Is that it right there? It's got to be it, right? Dot
That's
move.
what that's what I'm guessing.
Dot
yeah.
move. Okay,
If you
guys.
click on it, it'll tell you how long it is, and then you'll know for sure.
What do you mean if I click on it? Where?
Oh, you right click it, I think.
Really?
Oh, get info.
Really? Ghostheart Nebula. 8:37. That's when we made it. Yeah, that's got to be it.
Okay,
That's
good.
got to
Put
be
it up.
And it's
Do
only
it up.
4 gigs. That's got to be it. All right, guys. Here it is. Ghostheart Nebula, Ascension Part 1, the Cosmic
Archero.
River for Archero. Let's go. It's his birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday!
feel like that's one of these. Okay, so first of all, that was the remember the guest singer on the other band?
Yeah.
That
same
was her.
one.
Same
Yeah.
same girl,
Mm-hmm.
same girl.
Yeah, I recognize that.
And then so that was cool, and it looks like there's like another like story lyric. No, we didn't get lyrics. I looked all around last night, couldn't find them.
I
Soraya
thought for
looking
sure
around,
we'd
couldn't
get
find
them. Yeah.
Yeah, couldn't find the lyrics.
And
anywhere.
I always think that it's really bizarre when, like, well, unless the band says, we don't want to put out our lyrics. That's different. But I feel like it's like a miss when a band puts out a song and they don't put their own lyrics underneath their own video. I feel like that they didn't think that they should do that. Like, it didn't occur to them. Yeah. Not that they didn't. Yeah, they didn't think it through. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because Korn, they won't publish any official
And I
lyrics,
think that that's different.
But
But
they're
this is
so
clearly one of
they're
those
so
songs.
mainstream that the lyrics are going to get made anyway. You see what I'm saying? They're so big that people are gonna create lyrics for it anyway. I guess if you put up the lyric video on the side there, I guess there's lyrics there. But I mean, we'd have to go through another 9 minutes of the song to get the lyrics.
Yeah.
So, but it's odd to me that I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're not really a big band. I mean, that thing only has.
Well, somebody said
it's got 4,800 views on it. For goodness'
there was
sake.
on the the other one was a fan made video, I guess, or something,
Yeah,
and
but
they
this
had
is their
said,
official, that's like.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, they're not a very. The point is, like, if they're not really a big band, then it's not like the fans are gonna do that. But I mean, for me, sonically, I loved what I was hearing, and it seemed to me that it's another one of them sci-fi thingamajiggies.
Probably,
but I mean,
yeah.
that's all guesswork at this point.
Yeah, okay. So when it first started, I was like,
Okay, try to put the lyric video on, and then put it at like double or triple speed, so that all we'll see is the lyrics. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
Just do that. And just put.
Official letter. That's the official lyric video right
go
here.
ahead.
Maybe they'll have they might have the lyrics out here.
They
Nope.
don't. They don't. But just trust me. If it was
Okay,
there,
and how do I speed it up over here?
Archero,
Under
somebody
settings?
else would have got it there. Go to
Playback
you see
speed.
your playback speed. Put it on 2, and then we'll be able to discern some of the lyrics here. Full screen it, por favor.
Take a look around. Can you spot any border? Oh, this is still going to take a long time. Do you know where the light comes from? And do you know how darkness arises? It sounds like Job.
Yeah, it's like when God was interrogating Job.
Nothing is as it seems. Don't pretend to know everything. When you are still blindfolded, chained to your conceit, your ego?
That's a good line.
Yeah.
Don't pretend to know everything when you're still blindfolded and chained to your own conceit.
Yeah.
You can pause it there because I'm going to hang out on that line, bro.
Okay.
Just
I'll
wait till the
words
next group
come
of
up.
lyrics shows up, I guess. I mean, the lyric video itself is brilliant. Do me a favor. Click off that for a second. Pause that for a second and go down real quick. How many views does this thing have?
Under 5,000.
Yeah. This is probably like their friend's band or whatever, and they found a way to do
Yeah, I
their
know,
thing.
right? We see what you did there.
I saw what you did there. But that's a good line, though. How could you think you know everything when you're still blindfolded and you're chained
by
by your own conceit? Mm-hmm. I don't know. Like, there have been different like pools of atheists that I've been in. Like, there's a major atheist contingency here,
Yep.
right in the village,
Yep.
and then there are other like pools of atheists, and there was one particular pool of atheists that were. It started off as like this sort of they got this arrogant stereotype Christians can't think, they don't know anything, but we're the intellectual ones, when in reality they're standing on the shoulders of giants, right? Because Bertrand Russell, Nietzsche, and those guys spent a lot of time really, really thinking, and you can tell by their literature. But these guys are not those guys. These guys are not heavy. And again,
I've not read the writings. I've just heard from you.
I'm talking about specific. When I was an emo kid, I was like a disciple of Bertrand Russell, and I was like doing my best to like get myself away from Christianity, because he wrote that thing, "Why I'm Not a Christian," and then all the other stuff. So, but like, so I want to be very careful. I'm not talking about that kind of atheist or that kind of atheism. I'm also not talking about the Ian type of atheism,
right,
where like you're genuinely searching and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
I'm talking about I watched a YouTube video from Sam Harris, and now I'm an atheist, and Christians are dumb, and they Aaron Ra type people. Even though Aaron Ra, like when you're actually talking to him, he'll give you respect if he'll recognize, like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
at the end of
Right.
the discussion, he goes, "Oh, he basically said, hey, you're a lot smarter than I thought you were gonna be."
Thank you.
But yeah, I know. Daniel was like, "That's a dog whistle." But I have to say, in certain pools, of atheists, that what happens is you get into a discussion. Like for example, here's an example. I was doing an Ask Me Anything in one of these forums, right? Mm-hmm. And he goes, the guy gets on, and you could tell, like he thought he had us dead to rights. He goes, "Isn't there a story in the Bible with like a talking donkey?" And he's laughing, right? And I said, "Yeah, what's the problem?" He goes, "So you think animals could talk?" So I said, "Well, if you look at the passage says, 'Behold, the Lord opened the mouth of the donkey,' yada yada yada." Mm-hmm. And I said, "Behold functions as an exclamation point, as something that's uncommon that's about to happen, so pay attention." Mm-hmm. And then it says, "The Lord opened the mouth of the donkey to get it to speak." And I said, "Why do you think that that's in the text? Why didn't they just have the donkey speak?" And of course, he doesn't answer the question. And the answer is because the audience don't believe that donkeys can speak.
Right.
And so the author had to give a supernatural explanation as to why the donkey was talking in the first place, to have some hope that his audience would believe him. Mm-hmm. And then I said, "Furthermore, aren't you an animal?" He said, "Yes." And I'm like, "Isn't it true that you believe in talking animals without any divine intervention?" And you could tell, and so he just started with all the ad hoc, "You're an idiot," da, da, da. And you could tell. I said, in my worldview, the only way that talking animals can exist is if there's some supernatural intervention. In your worldview, it's just a matter of time. And so you could tell that he came in really arrogantly, and then as the answer, his countenance fell.
Oh, God.
It's the same thing with the abortion thing in Numbers 5. Remember that? We're having a conversation, and the atheist starts, he goes,
I know.
"Oh, you're against abortion. I'm going to read Numbers 5, because unfortunately, they went to evilbible.com, and they think that Numbers 5 is describing an abortion."
And I had heard your explanation back to back so many times that I was like, this is going to be...
It was and you could see his face.
Because that's the thing. Like, you can see in their face that they're like, "Well, this Christian never thought of this before," and then they bring it up, and like you feel slightly embarrassed because you're like.
And I told you, I said, I muted. I said he's going to Numbers 5. Watch.
Yep.
And then he went, and then all of his atheist friends, because we were in a video chat, and it was all like this. And then he just completely, as the answers.
Babe.
As the answers started coming, and he became more and more discouraged. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so my point is, like, if you come at those discussions with that kind of a mindset, then your ego is attached now to being right.
Well, because you think that you are, so you automatically yeah.
Right,
oh,
so
I know.
But because you front loaded the entire presentation with all this mockery and mendacity, so now you cannot admit that you're wrong.
Right.
So you have to. So the guy had to do all that ad hominem, and then he jumped off the thing and ran. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to do that because you see what I'm saying?
I know.
Because your ego is attached to that. So if you make knowledge the end of the discussion, then you can literally never lose, right? But if you don't make learning and curiosity the end goal, then you're always gonna lose.
I think that's why they had, when they had those, what do they call that? When they would literally just, there was like a circle and they would all like talk, like it was like in the square. There was a name. You were gonna call a group that name.
What
I just said.
Say it again.
Where they go in the square and like everybody is able to like talk through ideas. It's like there's no like trigger or safe space. It's just like a discussion. It was like back in the
Europagus?
Maybe.
It wasn't a safe space though. I mean, that was a war zone. If you're in the Europagus, like.
Oh.
Yeah. It wasn't
like
I
said not a safe space. Or did I say safe space? I mean, you could throw around ideas and nobody was going to get blocked. Like, or did they? Did you get killed for your ideas? I was under the impression that they came together and the idea was the pursuit of knowledge.
You talking about in the Bible where Paul was in, Acts 17 and he was that one, the Areopagus.
Oh, I don't know. I actually didn't think it was anything in the Bible. I thought that it was something like in
there's
Greece
places,
or something like that.
There's a place called Speaker's Corner in England where that happens. But again, like you're not gonna overcome the human, just the human's penchant for connecting their ego to their ideas.
Yeah.
And I find that that's one of the things that really shocked me about the quote scientific community. Where that guy was saying, this guy lied, the telepathy guy, he said, that guy lied on me. And it was like, it was another scientist. Like, these are both, like, published PhD level scientists. Mm-hmm. He goes, that guy just straight up lied. He's like, you can go to my website right now. It's peer reviewed.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And
he was like, so calm about it, too.
Yeah. I'm the one that's animated about it. And the reason I'm animated is like, holy shit, this guy's like, and I've said this a million times, like, scientists are not people in white lab coats that are just looking for the truth, that don't have agendas. Everybody has an agenda, boo. Mm-hmm. Everybody does. So it's really, really interesting. Like, stop doing that.
It won't help?
No. That's completely impractical. Stop doing that. No.
Oh,
we're not doing that.
I thought it would be faster than waiting for it to go slowly. Okay.
We're not doing that. So yeah, I mean, it's just very, very interesting that your conceit can blind you.
Oh, absolutely.
To learning facts.
Oh, absolutely.
And so.
Yeah, but you can see it. You can see it in all arenas. It's not just in like a religious
100%,
context or
100%.
You see it. I mean, a lot of times, like. A lot of times if I'm wrong and I don't want to admit that I'm wrong, that's because of my ego. And I see it with the kids as well. Like, sometimes it's like, everybody's telling you've been off today. You know what I mean? Like, we were just having this discussion with one of the kids today. He was just going after everybody. And people ask him something, he's like, ah! Yeah. And it's like, okay, you're having an issue, but he couldn't, like, admit that or even see that, But I think that, you know what I mean? Like, I think we've all been guilty of letting our pride,
of course,
dictate the outcome of a discussion.
But see, the thing is, you can reach a level of, in my opinion, pride to where you're so prideful that you don't care how you look to other people. All you want is the information. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So that's where I am. I don't know if that's necessarily humility. Like, I don't care. Like, I was talking to a group of Black Israelites yesterday.
A group of what?
Black Israelites.
Oh, Black Israelites.
And of course, they're wrong in my view on a bunch of things. But I came in like halfway, and that theology is so new that it hasn't really been baked yet. So this particular group of Black Israelites weren't on that. They were not on that thing. So I was like, oh, my bad. Nah, I was wrong about that. My bad. And then there was this like fight. Oh my God, I can't believe you apologized and da-da-da-da. Because it's so rare. But I was like, well, guys, I came in midstream and I made a bunch of assumptions and I was completely wrong about it. What's the big deal? I was just like, man, move on. It's all good. Mm-hmm. They were just, I can't believe. But it's so rare that people. But that I don't think that that's humility. I just don't care about. I'm like, this is a.
Yeah.
It's not humility.
No, I know. It's
just basic common sense.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's like Johan, he doesn't get embarrassed. It's our son. He doesn't get embarrassed if his clothes are all sloppy. That's not his humility. That's just he doesn't have.
Yeah, he really doesn't care.
Like, it does not take humility at all for him to,
So the next thing they say is you have to be prepared. Don't be afraid. To face the waterfall. Mm-hmm. He says, don't be afraid to face the waterfall and to cross the black hole. To feel the frost.
And then deeper.
So you're going deeper into the black hole. Come with me.
Where no one has ever been before.
I love
this. Is going to be like the most boring review because we're sitting here watching this.
I'm only doing this for Archero. Honestly. Let this be a lesson to you private bands.
Yeah.
You have to make your own lyrics.
That's true. If they would have put the lyrics in the thing And clearly they're okay with putting the lyrics out because they made this
The
video.
dark side of the stars, the roots
worms.
of dead trees, the worms that infest the land.
Yagi. The river flows only in one direction, the way of sorrow, and sorrow will find a way. For me, for you. Oh God. Under the surface.
That's some beautiful nihilism there.
You'll see the dark side, yeah, of stars. The roots.
The roots of trees of
dead trees. Hey.
What?
Oh, of course. Where else could it have gone? The worms of mind.
That
Infest.
infest.
It's already on the fastest. That infest the land.
The worms of mind that infest the land.
Maybe it's our ideas.
The worms of mind that infest the land.
Maybe it's that our ideas infest everything. You know, like nihilism. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he had that covered. The river flows only in one direction.
Maybe they're talking about entropy. Because as time goes on, everything, devolves,
Yeah.
and so you're gonna have, sadness, sorrow, whatever.
Well, yeah, especially when death is involved.
Sorrow will find a way for me and for you. Which is really interesting. So, basically, no matter where you go in the universe, you're just gonna have sorrow. And then he talks about, I think we got it. So he's talking about seeing the darkness behind the stars, which is really interesting because how you say there's a silver lining in every crowd.
Oh my God!
It's kind of like a backwards, right? See the darkness behind the stars because all you can see of the stars is the light.
Yeah.
So this one is you come with me and we'll find the truth, and the truth is there's darkness behind the stars.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, yeah, that's kind of terrifying if you really think about it. Come with me to the black hole and all the rest of it. My thing is, if the universe was really just full of sorrow and all the rest of it, why would you want to see that?
Yeah.
I'm not certain about what the actual value is in if nihilism was true. What the actual what the utility is in finding the dark side behind the stars? How is that helpful? And I could completely be misinterpreting, what the author of these lyrics is trying to say.
I think that if nihilism was true, and I think that people would look at it as, facing stuff. How you say, I'm not going to lie to myself about anything. I'm going to face the truth.
Well, the
and
reason
so maybe
I'm
they
going to
feel
face
that.
the truth is because I believe God is ultimate reality. So I don't face the truth just to face the truth. I face the truth to get to God. So whatever the situation is, I want to be aligned with whatever corresponds to reality because I believe God is ultimate reality. And I believe that everything in my life goes into my particular chapter of my particular story with the great author. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to find the cheat code basically when I'm trying to look for the truth. I'm not looking for the truth just to find the truth. Mm-hmm. In it itself. I'll say it this way. I don't believe that truth is some ethereal concept out there. I believe it's connected to a person. Just like the laws of logic. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Bo. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was just saying that they probably would want it just to be to know that you're pursuing whatever's true, even if it's something dark. They'd rather know what it is.
Why? To what end? If everything is emptiness and you're just this is not. I'm not
I think
I'm just saying, it's a genuine question. If you're just going to go back, if you began as nothingness, you're not here for any purpose or reason, and you're just going to go back to being stardust and float around in the ether until the death of our sun, who cares? Why? What is the value in ascertaining that truth?
Yeah, honey, I think that, you and I will have this discussion where, so obviously, in my past relationship, I was lied to a lot. And so now I am always trying to shine the light at everything to make sure I don't get duped again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So maybe it's like that, where it's you want to know. You have to know what is actually going on, what is actually the truth here. Even if it's something negative, I want to know.
Why?
Because not knowing is worse than knowing what could be really bad.
How?
What do you mean how?
if you're just gonna go back to Stardust, here's Ben. Ben's still pretending that he's an atheist. The utility is that it's true. Having false utility only brings false hope. Well, if you lived in an empty universe, then how could false hope be a bad thing? Because you're talking about ultimate issues.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like, if you're right, and we were just Stardust and you're going to go back to empty, meaningless Stardust, then what is the problem with false hope? You know, like,
I think if you were a happy person...
You know what happens in the field? If dudes get hit, and, you know, your femoral artery severed and you've got about 4 minutes. Mm-hmm. They don't tell you have 4 minutes.
Right.
You go, oh, am I okay? They're like, yeah, you're good. Bite down here, you're good. They don't tell them, oh, no, you're going to die in 4 minutes. They never tell them that. So what is the utility? So you're giving the guy false hope, and the logic is, well, shit, he's got 4 minutes left. You don't want him wasting his last 4 minutes fretting about what dying is going to be like. You know what I'm saying? And usually in those situations, dudes are already saying, like, tell my wife and kids I love them and da-da-da-da, because they know. But you're not going to come out and tell them, yeah, bro, you got 4 minutes, man.
Oh, my God.
You're not going to tell them that. So if I were to expand that, all of us are in that situation. If you look at how long the universe has been around, 13.77 billion years.
Yeah, but, okay, stop.
So you're around for 70 clicks. You got about 1 second. If you did the math, it's probably less than a second.
If you're a Christian, though, wouldn't you want somebody to tell you? Wouldn't you want them to say, like, he's coming to get you? Like...
That's not what I'm talking about.
What?
What I'm saying is, if you lived in an empty universe, meaning there's no God.
Yeah.
And you only have 4 minutes left. Ben Webb is saying...
Oh, if it's really an empty universe?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, you just lie to the person.
Ben says false
and why
hope.
Not lie to them? Why
Ben,
not? Yeah,
Ben
so who cares? There's no truth, there's no lies.
There's no truth, there's no lies.
Everything's dying when you die? Oh, yeah, fuck it, don't tell them. I wouldn't either.
What I'm saying is, like, the guy's got 4 minutes left. Nobody, except for Ben, I don't think Ben would say that to them. But Ben probably be crying his eyes out if he saw somebody in that situation. But, like, that guy...
Hi, Sadie.
You're gonna lie to him. You're gonna say, "Oh, nah, man, you good." You're not gonna tell him you have 4 minutes to live.
No.
You see what I'm saying? So if you were to expand it out at a meta level, the Earth, the universe is 13.77 billion years old. Mm-hmm. You get 70, 75, 85 clicks around the sun. That accounts for, let's say, 1 second of time. Mm-hmm. So you're alive for let's say 1 minute, and a person says, is there any hope? Oh, yeah, sure. They're only around for 1 minute. What is the utility in
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see. Yeah.
If you only have, 10 seconds left, what is the utility in that? You're about to lose consciousness. Mm-hmm. So that's my thing. It's like I'm trying to figure that out.
You're talking about existence and saying in comparison to the rest of... Well, there's no eternity in that situation.
I'm saying in comparing to 13.77 billion years, which is how long the universe has been around, you're going to be alive for probably the equivalent of 10 seconds.
Yeah, 10 seconds, but that's not your lived experience. And so maybe that's why people want to...
Well, I'm saying my point is it's inexplicable. Hope and things of that nature, all those are inexplicable in an empty universe. It doesn't make sense. It's completely
I agree. I'm not arguing that.
And now the only thing for me is it a human instinct? Is it a human instinct, or is it just we're pinned down to our Western mores or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know.
And Steven's dad would lie to kids all the time, 18-year-old kids. Oh yeah, boom. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, anyway.
All right. Musically, it was
I loved it musically.
When it first started out for me,
I also liked the lyrics a lot.
Style, I was like,
Really? Even when the girl started singing?
No. Once the girl started, then I was good.
Oh, okay.
But then I got into it more as it went. So it was pretty good. What are you giving it?
Look, here's Ben, which is just a circular answer. The problem is that it's false. If you apply that false utility to a bunch of issues, you'll get incorrect answers. Well, we're not applying it to a bunch of issues. We're applying it to one, Ben. Mm-hmm. And it's an ultimate issue. So there are not many ultimate issues, Ben. So you're answered in a circle. I'm not mad at you. It just tells me that you don't really believe what you say you believe or disbelieve. I like the song a lot. What did you give it?
I didn't. I told you to go first.
No, I went first last time. Go.
I'm probably gonna go with a 9.3.
9.3. Okay.
You matching it?
Nope. No, because anytime there's female vocals in metal, I always love it. That always gives
and
it a
they did it
a
at the
bump.
same time.
Yeah, it gives it a bump. So it's a 9.6 for me. There you are, dear listener. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. All right, ladies and gents, you beautiful people. What happened?
I gotta check make sure our comforter's dry. I do want to go to bed.
Can you talk to Johan?
Yeah, I know. This is because
It's
I let him.
literally
play
been an
games.
hour.
I know.
It's literally been an hour. All right, guys, we got one more song for you guys. One more song. It's from the band Destinity. I'm pretty sure Destinity is the name of the band, and they're from France, I believe. We're from France. We are from France. Vin. Hey, how's it going? Pretty good, Necro. Pretty good. Vin is not a Doom convert. No, I am not a Doom convert. I don't like Doom. But that particular band did a really, really good job. And I feel that they are the exception and not the rule to the genre of doom metal. That's what I believe. That's what I believe, dear listener. I love this part right here. It goes ding, ding, ding. I bet the food is burnt. Andy, I'm very sorry, but you did miss Deafheaven because they were literally the first band that we've covered. We've been going at this for about 4 hours. What's up, Slipknot Sean? Sure. Speaking of Iron Ra, if you found out that nature actually has some sort of theism, would that surprise you? If I found out that nature had some sort of theism, explain that, XBM, like consciousness? Like, what do you mean? Sabbath Cornucopia is the pinnacle of doom. I haven't heard of that before. What is this? It's ice cold. Why is it so
because
cold?
He said he brought it and he put it at the top of the stairs. I said, "Honey, we're working."
He delivered it. He delivered it last time.
Yeah, he said he thought that we were not still working, so he just left it at the top. I said, "You couldn't."
Why are you letting him lie like that?
Oh, because I tried going over with him.
Bring him up here.
I said, "This is because I let you have all that free media."
Just bring him up. Bring him up here.
No, I'm not. Come here.
Oh my goodness. There are pantheistic Christians. Do I like folk metal? Yes, I do. Okay, why didn't you bring this to me when it was done?
I think that's what done.
You thought we were done?
Yeah.
You didn't hear us?
No, I think that's what done.
That's the reason?
Yeah.
That's the dominant reason you didn't bring it here?
Yeah, I think that's what done. I was going to buy here.
I'm sorry?
I would. If I need us to come over by here.
So you didn't hear us talking?
No. I would buy here.
We were too quiet?
No.
No. I'm just asking you yes or no questions. Did you hear us talking in the studio?
No, but
You didn't. That's all. So you did not hear us at all.
no. I didn't.
That. It's just answer with one word, bro.
No.
You didn't hear us.
No, I didn't hear you.
Okay. Now, is it now? Why do you think you didn't hear us? Because we've been active this entire time.
I think I was rushing, but I didn't ask Zoe.
I'm sorry. What'd you
I
say?
think I was rushing, but I didn't ask.
So no.
I think I was rushing.
Okay, stop right there. That's all I needed to hear from. Would you were rushing?
Yeah. And
Now stop. Why were you rushing?
to play.
To play. Stop. Okay. So how could you have avoided that situation in the future?
By pausing thing and then slowing down and then checking to see if you guys were recording.
Okay, little bro. That's all you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
All the extra stuff is you just trying to cover up for what happened. I know what happened. Everybody knows what happened.
I'm so sorry.
You don't have to be so sorry.
Really?
Just say sorry and then fix the problem. Look, just solve the problem.
Yeah. Right now I'm making a new batch because I want school now.
Yeah, it's yeah.
So right
Just solve the problem. Okay.
I'm working on it right now.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You've already apologized. Yeah. All right. I love you. All right, guys. We got one more song. One more song on the way. Will I ever check my Facebook? Will I ever check Facebook Messenger? Yeah. I'll check it. I'll check it soon, inshallah. Not many pantheistic Christians. Pelagianism can be pantheistic. There's a leading anti-Nazi German theologian who is accused of being pantheistic by many religious writers. I might look into that. What's the German's name? I think you could easily make a biblical case for a form of pantheism if you're talking about nature itself being conscious. I think you could easily, especially in the wisdom literature, come to that conclusion. Soon, inshallah.
See, you know how to ask the right questions. I was like, I know exactly what happened.
It's not.
I was like, this is because you were so much in a hurry to get back to your games.
But see, the thing is, it's
no.
not necessarily about asking the right questions as it is stopping the cover, because he was like, I was good Zoe, and I was like, no, don't tell me about Zoe. Just answer the question. It's all the other stuff that he wanted to add. He wanted to add on top of it, which was the issue. So I just made sure that, I just limited him to what I was saying, and that solved the problem. Paul Tillich.
I guess, yeah.
Paul Tillich is the name. Okay, I gotta remember that name because I'll probably buy a couple books from him tonight. Okay. Sean, log out and log back in because everybody else can hear. All right, guys, we got one more song for you. It's on the way. Let's go. Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at VinAnd and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
Rubbish. That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinAnd Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. Johan.
Buy our merch indeed.
Buy our merch.
Shall lead them. Dear listener, we have come to the end of our wonderful DJ stream by the agents of Ambitus, is what you called them?
Yep.
That was what they call themselves. This one seems to be a group pick from these agents.
Yes. It's called, I want to say Destiny, but it looks like Destinity.
It looks like Destinity, which I love pronouncing. Destinity.
Reject the Deceit. And it looks like you said, this one is from the entire crew.
Yes. Reject the Deceit by the band Destinity. And it says France or something around there. So I don't know what the France necessarily means, but there we go. All right, you ready?
Ready.
Destinity, Rejected Deceit. Let's go.
Oh man, make this bigger.
Huh?
Oh, it's there. Hey, that's a cool intro.
Uh-oh. Okay. Very accessible. Let's go. I was watching the video.
Yeah, the music video.
The official music video.
It's like creepy when that thing put its hands around.
It was that was the Egyptian guy, right? He's a bad guy. The deaf guy. The deaf guy. He's taking you down.
Oh, what's that thing called?
I forgot. I don't think it's Thoth, is it? That's the other set. All right, let's go up. No, that's not Anubis. Anubis is the.
I would have said it was Anubis.
Nah, Anubis is the other one, right? He didn't have a beak, does he? Is it Anubis? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's Anubis.
Yeah.
Not really. This is not. No.
That wasn't Anubis. That's the Anubis has the jackaled head.
Yeah.
That's not.
No.
Okay, so what did you think the song was about?
Oh shoot!
I have a suspicion. Go ahead.
I actually wasn't paying attention to the lyrics. I was just watching the music.
I think it was
and watching the video.
It might be set. No, Anubis has the jackal head.
I know this part was pretty crazy when he said,
Go ahead.
My pain was a guide through the night. Nothing will compare to the nights I've spent. Follow me, reject the deceit. So I don't know.
All right, scroll up.
The light guiding me back home. I come back from a long road to see all the answers.
Give me a second. Sadie, yes. We will absolutely send good vibes your way. You know how we get down. We're Christians, so we're going to pray for you. But yes, and everybody else, pray for Sadie. Or send your vibes and all that. Hopefully River's in here, because he's got his... Okay, sister's having a biopsy tomorrow. Okay.
Oh.
We'll be praying each other.
Yeah, for sure. Message me.
Yeah. Message Soraya if you need some backup tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. I come back from a long road to seek all the answers.
Wait, it starts off saying the light guiding me back home.
I already read that.
Okay, go ahead.
The light guiding me back home. I come back from a long road to seek all the answers. I walked pacing through this empty landscape, and I'm searching in my mind for this memory. Oh my word. I love that line.
Why?
Because I do that. Because there's a certain thing that's unanswered, and I search my mind all the time trying to find the memory.
Oh, I see.
Nothing will compare to the nights I've spent. Follow me. Reject the deceit. Nothing will compare to the nights I've spent screaming at the mirror for something I will never regret. I was so lost in my world. Dreaming of a reason to never give up and no return, despite I'll swallow my regrets. Now I watch as the ocean waves hit the shore. Now I watch as this fascinating light is embracing my soul. For once I've been taught a lesson for life. For once I'll admit the damage. Stand up and rebuild. I was obsessed by your words while suppressing my thoughts forever. Yikes. So let the rain come down and explore. Black clouds are looming in and you'll learn. My pain was a guide through the night. Nothing will compare to the nights I've spent. Follow me. Reject the deceit. Nothing will compare to the nights I've spent screaming at the mirror for something I will never regret. Sounds like this person does regret, though.
Uh-huh. Seems like when people say they don't regret something, it's because they regret something.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't happen. That's not true all the time. But sometimes, it makes you wonder, like, they then must have did something to where society or their little subculture told them, you should regret this. You see what I'm saying? Because otherwise, there's no significance in saying, I don't regret it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So
I feel like you said something like, this is so terrible, something really, really, really good about regret one time, and I can't remember what it is right now. Because I was explaining to you that I've spent my life trying to make sure that I don't have any regrets.
Mm-hmm.
But then you almost create regrets because you're trying not to live. Oh, no, it wasn't what you said. It was what I said.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to live my life without regrets, I essentially had to front load guilt and fear in front of me. So I would say, oh, this is something I might feel guilty or fearful about. So now I'm going to prevent this from happening by not letting this situation ensue. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So then you end up not living life to its fullest because you're too busy trying to trying to figure out what you potentially might have regrets about in the future.
Right.
And so you want to eliminate them.
Right.
So
Daniel, that statement I agree with, but that assumes an objective moral framework. Do you believe in objective morality, Daniel? We continue. So scroll up again. I cannot stand these freaking commercials. I swear.
know. And they take up so much space and you can't move them.
I come back from a long road to seek all the answers. I walk pacing through this empty landscape. I'm still searching in my mind for this memory. It's funny because Apoxitani Phil was saying this song is about partying and drinking.
That's funny.
Which is, it's possible. It's possible. Later, Phil. I hope that ends up good. I walk pacing through this empty landscape. I'm still searching in my mind for this memory. Nothing will compare to the nights I spent screaming at the mirror for something I will never regret. So I was so lost in my world. Why does a person scream in a mirror though?
They're confronting themselves.
Yeah, it's like it's you're confronting yourself and you're screaming at yourself. Is it possible to do something wrong and not regret it?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think if you, that's one of the things that I'm trying to teach our family actually. Like in this whole situation, we had a kid and he messed up on something because he was focused on something else. Mm-hmm. And like when the confrontation happens, there's like all this, I'm going to put all this stuff in the way so that I don't have to feel bad about myself. Mm-hmm. What regret is more a past-oriented emotion, I think. It's almost exclusively a past-oriented emotion.
Yes.
Where most of the time when I do something wrong, I'm just trying to solve the problem. I'm trying to figure out how that happened.
That's what you always say. I have not been able to adopt that philosophy.
And then... But I feel like there's so much...
I have to be so conscious of it. Otherwise, it doesn't go that way. But it looks like it's just natural for you to just... that was a mistake.
Well, I reason, like, look, if all my sins are taken care of, then what's the point of sitting there beating myself up over it? Jesus, you know what happened? I watched The Passion of the Christ the first time I watched it, and it just popped into my head, like, if God isn't satisfied with that, then you beating yourself up is not going to beat that.
Yeah, I think that you were bad enough in your life where you had to be like, okay, I mean... There either has to be forgiveness for this or there's not.
There's always a built-in excuse with you.
For me, I think for me,
Let me finish.
Let me finish.
Bad enough,
Let me finish. That my bad, you're not letting me finish.
Go ahead.
My bad is not like it wasn't societally said it was bad. And so I was able to think that I was good even though I was bad.
You did a lot of things that were bad according to society that if you told people, they'd say, holy shit, you're horrible.
Well, maybe then my bad wasn't out in public.
It's just you don't believe the gospel. It's not that like I have done enough bad to where, because when I saw that movie, I hadn't even done anything real yet. So it's
what
not
movie? What?
The Passion of the Christ. Passion of the Christ came out. I mean, I was like 19, 20 years old. I hadn't even done any real dirt yet. Any real, like the shit that are,
but I thought you said from the time you were a kid, you always felt like you were doing bad stuff.
No, I always felt like the bad kid. And if I were to ask you in your household who was the bad kid, who would you have said was the bad kid growing up?
Yeah, they would have said that I was bad, but I would have said, no, I'm not. They're misjudging me. Yeah. I never had a bad view of myself.
No, I just think that you don't have that opinion because you don't believe the gospel very much. I don't think it's because I believe it because you're I did truly bad things and you truly did. Because again, by the time you were 15, you had done things that I've never done that were pretty terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, but maybe because...
So that's not the all I'm saying is that's not the reason. That's not the reason why. That's all I'm saying. That's not the reason. I mean, shoot, John the Beloved, he never did anything like Paul, but he got he got it, right? He got it. Mm-hmm. So that I'm taking away all of your excuses for your own good. It's just that you don't You're not looking at the cross in the same way that I'm looking at the cross is the issue. So because of that...
Yeah, but I'm saying I was never pushed to look at the cross like that because I didn't think I was that bad.
Right, and that's just an excuse that you have because that's not true. Because if you actually would have applied... Sweetheart, there was a lot of... It did your ego very well to believe that you were above everybody. And you enjoyed that. And I think if you were to explore that, you'd have a lot more utility than saying, "Oh, it's because I wasn't so." Even that in itself. Oh, it's because I wasn't so bad. That's why. And where is that a requirement in the Bible? You don't have to be required to feel horrible about yourself to believe the gospel.
No, there's that verse that says like, it's not to whom much is given, much is required. Oh, he was forgiven much is thankful much.
Yeah, what do you think Jesus meant by that? Do you think that that he was saying to the Pharisee, "You're a really good guy, and that's why you don't love me"?
No, I think he was telling the Pharisee that the Pharisee didn't recognize. Well, first of all, I don't know if even the Pharisee was even forgiven, but the Pharisee, I don't even think thought he had a need for forgiveness because he already thought that he was a good person. Literally, what I'm just saying right now.
Did he think he was a good person? Did Jesus say that the Pharisees really thought they were good people?
Oh, that I don't know.
He says externally you're XYZ, inwardly you're what?
Ravening wolves? I don't know.
He says you're full of all types of immorality, you're full of dead men's bones. So the whole thing was a front. That's the entire reason religious people.
Yeah, but honey, I don't think that all religious people think that they're putting up a front. I'm telling you, from my perspective, I did not think that I really thought I was a better person than everybody else.
Yeah, but that's not, honey. You did not. I'm speaking in code here just for you, but you didn't.
What do you mean I didn't? I told you that I didn't? I'm telling you that regardless of whatever things I've done or didn't do in my lifetime, I still perceived myself as a very good person, better than the majority. I did.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You're saying that you carry around this guilt complex because you don't believe the gospel to the degree that I do. But the reason I believe the gospel is because I was so bad I had no choice but to believe it.
No, I said I carry around a guilt complex because I wanted to live a life without regrets.
Right. And what I'm saying is, and you're saying the reason that you don't believe the gospel to the degree that I do, or that you don't rely on the cross to the degree that I do, is because I was just really, really bad. And I don't have a problem with saying I was really, really bad. What I'm trying to do is take out that scaffold.
I would agree. No, stop. I would agree with you to say that when I feel bad, very rarely does the cross help me.
Right. And that's because you're carrying around this fiction. But once we get off the camera, I will remind you of some of the things that you did that anybody would have said, hell no, you're not a good person. Not just religious people. Anybody.
Yeah, but
especially people in our community, they would have said, you what?
Yeah, but in that situation, if it was, I would have said, shoot, I forgot what I was going to say. No, because if I was in that situation, and if all, like, you know how they say, like, if everything that you ever did, said, and thought was put on a projector, okay, then I would have been like, oh, I'm a very bad person. But that wasn't the case. And because my stuff was not projected publicly, I was publicly seen as a very good person. Okay, better than the rest.
So you chose to identify yourself with your public persona instead of your inner persona.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's a decision you made, though.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with whether or not A person was worse and B person wasn't worse. Because what you said earlier was, well, you had done all this terrible stuff, so all you have is the gospel. You see what I'm saying? But that's completely different than saying I had an inner persona and an outward persona, and I chose to hang out with I chose to say that my outward persona was who I was before God instead of the inward persona, which is the truth, which was that you were not a very, very good person. Or you definitely were not the person that people thought you were. Mm-hmm. And so that's all I was saying. And for me, like, for whatever reason, I had the grace where I was like, man, I don't care who cares about people's outward opinion of me. I mean, I'll probably never be able to understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
And sometimes I think to myself, there's probably something wrong with me, like psychologically, because there's so many people I cannot relate to in that regard. Mm-hmm. But then I have Johan, but then, he kind of does though, because like in that little interaction we had, like me, I never lied about that stuff.
Yeah, but your opinion of him matters a lot to him. And in his interaction with me, because I was like, why because I'm frustrated. Why don't you listen? Because I tell them when we're working, we can't go down the hallway and pick up the food. You have to deliver it to the room. And
Right.
so I've had this conversation so many times, and there's so many things I have to repeat over and over that it's like, so I think probably I had already keyed him up because I was telling him it's because you were on that media. So, but he cares about our opinions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't care about. Yeah,
but you did care about somebody's opinion until
that situation happened.
Right.
That's true.
So yeah.
So
not for everybody.
Godly grief produces a repentance that leads to salvation without regret.
Oh my God.
Whereas worldly grief produces death. So, like, it's interesting because in a lot of religious...
and I pretty much always have worldly grief.
In a lot of religious circles, they gauge a person's repentance by how much they regret it. Mm-hmm. When the Bible literally states that if you're walking around with a bunch of regret, then you haven't completely repented. You see what I'm saying? So that's kind of where I'm like, because one of the things that we have to repent of is this idea that we can fix our own problems or that we can make it right, which is where a lot of the regret hides. Like I can't fix anything I did wrong. And I can't punch myself in the eye enough to even that score. So if Jesus getting an eye jammy is not enough for God or for the person, then I'm dead anyway. So that's kind of like my reasoning. It's like, look, if the person can't forgive you, like you've injured them and they can't forgive you, they want to keep punching you in the eye because something that you did. Like, okay, especially if it's a Christian, and I know that Christ went through all that to purchase my forgiveness, and that's not enough for them. I'm not gonna say fuck you or whatever. Like I feel bad for you that you're stuck in that system of unforgiveness, but I'm not gonna take that onto myself. Mm-hmm. For freedom Christ has set us free. Don't let anybody hold you down to a bond of slavery. But it seems to me that a more logical explanation is that you come from a very... Would it be fair to say that there is a big emphasis on the outward, on outward perception?
That was all. I would say that was all. I don't remember them ever having conversations with us. Not that they didn't. I don't know. I don't remember any conversations about what was going on in our hearts. It was a lot about actions and how not just actions, but how the actions were perceived by the masses. And so, if people perceived it to be good, then
then it was good, no matter what was going on inside.
Right. Yeah. And there was no question. There was no asking. We never had conversation about what was happening inside of you. As long as you could do the right action, then you were good.
That was you remember the first time we had that conversation?
No.
We were at the building and it was making sandwiches and
yes.
you were just off. And I said something to you like, maybe you need to leave. But I didn't mean like leave forever. I meant like leave and take some time and then come back. And you were like, well, no, I'm on, because I had assigned everybody and I assigned you that thing. And I was...
I don't remember this at all.
You were completely off. And I was like, well, I got it. Don't worry about it. And you were like, no, because you have to, because I was scheduled to do some other whatever. Mm-hmm. And finally, I just took you to the side. This was before we were together. And I said, your heart is wrong here. And you looked at me like I was from Mars. And I said, you can't be back there right now.
I don't remember this at all.
You don't remember we had the heart? I said, your heart is off here. And you were like, what are you talking about? You're like, I'm doing the thing. And I'm like, yeah, but your heart is the reason we're doing this is for the people. And you're not loving the people in your heart right now. You're doing the action, but your heart is wrong. And then I had to explain to you that God doesn't just look at the actions, but he looks at the heart behind it. And it was like, it's like the first, like I said, okay, so Sayla was like a little kid, like she was like 3. And I said, okay, so let's say Sayla, you know, when you guys have more kids, let's say Sayla, you know, punches her brother or something like that. And then she says, sorry. And you could tell that she doesn't, like, do you think that so her and God are squared? And you looked at me like, basically like, yeah, she did the action. I'm like, no, she's not sorry in her heart. She's just saying that because you made her, you threatened her with a groundation or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so like I went and explained how, you know, the scripture says that God looks at the heart. And Jesus says, don't do your prayers to be seen by men. And I said, what's going on there? That's an externally good deed. But he says, it's you shouldn't do that because you're just doing it to be seen by men, which is an invisible heart motivation. So I had to go through this whole thing about how God is looking at the heart. It's not just good enough to do an action. There's got to be a heart attitude behind it. And so like we had a long conversation about that.
Yeah, it's funny because I don't have any memory of that conversation, but I have brought up multiple times where I've said, you know, I realized that I was cooking over there and my heart wasn't in it. And I realized, you know, the whole like it's gonna be a bunch of ash. I don't remember the conversation that we had, but I internalized that information, and I was like, okay, this is a problem. And I brought it up multiple times since then.
But I thought you were. I thought that you were talking about that conversation.
No, I probably was so uncomfortable with that conversation. No, the conversation absolutely influenced my thought process on what was happening.
You looked extremely uncomfortable.
Well, yeah, I mean,
to this moment, I'm not. Why?
I still feel uncomfortable with it.
Why would that make you uncomfortable?
It makes me uncomfortable because nobody ever saw through my persona, or they never said they did, so I didn't know they saw through it if they did. But if you see through somebody's persona, then why would you praise what they're doing? I was always in works-based. I was always in works-based places.
You guys were always in a position of power.
Yeah, but even when I went to the college that I was at, I had no position of power when I walked in. What do you mean?
You're college full of young men and young women. That automatically gets you, and you were a powerful speaker. Automatically puts you in a position of power.
Yeah.
You think if you were 68 pounds overweight and unattractive, that you would have the same influence in that? No,
I'm sure you're right.
So you were always you.
Okay, but I didn't perceive it that way. So if you don't perceive it that way,
right? So
you were the first person that was like.
Well, I was gently trying to pull. I was certain that 2 minutes outside of the event that you would have been like, yeah, I'm off. But you were like, I'm doing it. I'm making the sandwich, and I'm like, yeah, but you know what it was that I've been homeless, so I remember when people were doing it. You know, we knew who was doing it out of their heart. Like when we were at the synagogue. Like those people were like, they loved us. They ate with us and all that. They hung out. It wasn't like they're doing their good deed for the day and all that. And there are other times, unfortunately, mostly at the church. Sorry, I'm sorry. But it was just like they checked their box. They did their good deed. Now, me personally, I didn't care either way. I was a you know how I am. But like we knew, we could tell. You see what I'm saying? So. Like, it seemed to me...
I don't think I was... Well, I don't know. You have a better memory of this. But I don't remember being annoyed with the people, the homeless people and stuff that were coming in. I was.
Right. No, I think
I was annoyed with the other Christians.
No, there was a specific issue that had happened. And that you had every right to be upset about. And I remember... I asked...
What was it? You can't say?
Yeah, I can't say.
Tell me later.
Yeah. It had to do with... Yeah. Very selfish...
Oh.
Underdeveloped people.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah.
Like, you had every right to be upset at this person, but I'm like, but then, you know, when you're dealing with the homeless and street people, you have to have a certain level of patience because they do things and say things that are just, you know, and so that's what was going on where it was a combination of both of them. And so I was just like, oh, this is not, and, you know, they wouldn't have cared because you remember remember there was another group that was doing it and that guy had a horrible reputation
No, he was
and like
terrible.
every single and
Yeah.
I understood and you were like, that guy is terrible, and I'm like, yeah.
I kept saying he should just get out of there. Stop doing it.
Yeah.
At that point,
Right,
but
right.
I could say it for him, but not. But I don't think I felt like I was coming across like he was. I probably thought that I was. I don't know.
But it never starts like he was, right? Like,
Oh,
it
yeah.
always
He'd been doing it for a while,
It
and
always starts that way.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, we gotta head this off at the pass. And I just thought, I'll just give her a quick, hey, you're off here. But I really had to sit and explain to you that God looks at the inside, not the outside. So, you know, it was a fascinating discussion. And to this moment, I have such a hard time processing that was a revelation to you. But
Oh my god, it was a giant revelation, and like I said, it when I recount that story, I've brought it up a couple times to you. But I think that because there was never a focus on the inward, the inside, like what was going on in your heart when you were doing something, and it was all about the actions, you know, with my upbringing and also with the college and stuff that I went to, that's the only environment, except for coming around you, that's the only environment I knew. Like, even to this moment, sometimes all of a sudden I'll think of like I used to think of all the things that I did, and I used to be like, wow, I did like a lot of things. Like, this is really cool. You know what I mean? And now I look back at all those things and I'm like, did I ever have a good... a lot of times when I do anything, it's not because I wanted to do it. It's because I felt I had. There's very few things that I can...
which leads to a very regretful life.
It does.
You know, like that's...
It does, and I have to stop thinking about it when I start thinking. It's just overwhelming. It's like, oh my god. Like, I did all these things, and you make yourself so tired when you're doing all these things that you feel like you have to do and checking off all these boxes, and it's just run.
Yeah, but don't you... But as I always say, nobody's all of anything. So even though your dominant motive may have been to check a box, even within that, I'm sure that there was still a lot of genuine moments between you, God, and the person that you were serving that was real.
Yeah.
But you tend to essentialize everything. Like everything's all bad or all good.
Mm-hmm.
And we're a combination of motives, you know, of probably about 400 motives in any given action. So that's why Paul says, I don't even judge myself. Because one of those 400 motives is good. Well, where are you going to find that? That's a needle in a haystack. I don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. It's like the way to live without regret is just to say, at least for me right here, is, well, God knows me better than anybody. God knows me better than I know myself. He says I'm supposed to love my neighbor. That's why I'm making this sandwich. Now, there are also a bunch of other things. There's hey, that pretty girl is watching me make that sandwich. Hey, in this little subculture, sandwich making gets you a lot of capital, and there's hundreds of reasons why you drive yourself crazy trying to figure out your one good motives. God knows where the good motive is, and He'll reward me for that later. And the other ones Jesus died for. And you just move on. that's how you do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like
no, I don't. I hear.
It's so convenient.
But
it's
it
a very
doesn't-
convenient little heuristic where you can never lose. I
I
commend
know.
it to you.
You literally, I think about this. I'm like, friggin', you can never lose, and I'm always losing. So obviously, this mindset doesn't work for me, but I keep going with it.
And your mindset
going
doesn't
with
have.
it.
I mean, at the same time, I mean, you're not going to undo something you grew up in, you know, for 30 years, and then at 31 you're gonna walk it back in 6 months. Like, that's unrealistic. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, that's, you know, and that's the reason I said I want to, like, destroy all those excuses. It's not because I want you to be accountable to yourself, because those excuses are blockades for you getting to the truth. That's the issue. Like, the more and more those excuses come, like with Johan, like, I kept shutting them up. Stop.
Yeah.
Because he was, and I'm like, bro, let's just get to the solution. Because you get to the solution, now you have hope in the future. If you're making all these excuses, then we're going to have to untangle all these crazy excuses, and we can never get to getting him. I want to give him some hope for the future.
Yeah.
That, hey, man, the next time we can make this work. We could slow down. What was the problem, right? We could slow down, and then and that way you don't have any regrets. The other way to not have regrets is to pretend that you don't have them. Because he says, I'm swallowing all my regrets despite all this. And then he'll say, I didn't regret anything. Which to me, I don't think really works. Because if you swallowed all your regrets, to me, that's kind of like, it's kind of like drinking chaga because Dorian doesn't like the flavor. I'm like, just chug it down, man. And so you don't have to deal with the consequences of the flavor. You see what I'm saying? So when he says I'm swallowing all my regrets, and at the end for saying I will never regret it, to me, that methodology doesn't work. And I don't think it works in the real world where you're just going to swallow it down and then just say, yeah, it happened and I moved on. Like, for me, you know, you can only not have ultimate regret with the gospel, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Without the cross. And when I think about the brutality of the cross, and then I think to myself, that is simply a metaphor for what was happening spiritually to Christ. Mm-hmm. I go, it was funny. I'm pretty certain it was God. He said, look, if that's not enough, nothing you can do is enough. And that was it. I was good after that. You know, and that's why, you know, I understand people say, why did it have to be so brutal and horrible and whatever? And that's because if you've ever actually dealt with how horribly we've all treated each other, you would understand why. Mm-hmm. And everybody wants to believe that like all these negative emotions are bad emotions. I don't think they're. I think negative emotions are great emotions insofar as we use them properly. Mm-hmm. If you use negative emotions properly, they could be your best friend. But they're always supposed to be brief. Negative emotions are supposed to be brief. They're not supposed to be, you know, guilt, regret, all those things. You're supposed to have them briefly. Just enough to get your hand off the stove. You're not supposed to sit there in them.
Yeah.
And any ideology or any person that tries to get you to sit in guilt and regret and all that is just not your friend. Or it's false doctrine, in my opinion. Or bad science. I mean, it's so crazy to me how all these things line up. Scientists will tell you this. Mm-hmm. Good theologians will tell you this. Little kids will tell you this. Don't dwell on negative shit. But the issue is, how do we do that in the real world when we've done these horrible things to each other? Mm-hmm. That's the question.
That, and if, depending on how old you are, you've created a pattern. And, like, when we hear about that stuff with, like, the mind and the brain and stuff and how that works and, like, patterns that your mind takes to, like, if you stub your toe and eventually you're, like, you don't, like, take the different routes. You just go to, like, blowing up every single time.
Yeah.
Like, you train yourself for that, and then that's all you have. So then it's like, how do you stop doing that? How do you change those mindsets that when something happens that you don't automatically think toward negative thoughts? I mean, I guess it's just one decision after another that makes up a day.
Yeah.
Or at least that's the only thing that I can think of at this point.
Oh, I agree. All right. Well, it's a good song. That kind of went left. Mm-hmm. But you know, it's VinAnd Sori. What are you gonna do? 4 hours and 31 minutes, guys. You've been with us. Thank you very much. You guys are road warriors.
What do you give this song?
I'm gonna give this song a solid 9. Oh. Solid 9. What do you give it?
You know what happens when the review goes like so in one direction? I can't even remember the song.
I know.
That's literally what happened. I don't even know what to rate it. Wait a minute. Can you just play the middle of the song a little bit for a second so I can remember what song it was?
Play the middle of the song.
Yeah, just hit play again so I can hear a little bit.
You got lost in your Christo PTSD. I mean, it really... Boy, I tell you what, when people do religion bad, it's really, really bad for people.
You can't do it.
Well, no, what was the name of the song again?
This is the
Reject the Deceit. There you go. Reject the Deceit, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it here?
Yeah.
Skip it all the way in the middle. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go with an 8.99.
Okay, so I gave it a 9. She gave it an 8.99. Well, there you are, dear listener. Having said that, the moral of the story is believe the gospel. You're a bad young lady, you're a bad young man. Jesus died for your sins, and he rose from the dead. Do your best to follow him, and we'll all meet at the dinner table, inshallah. There's bread and wine. Somebody said this song was about drinking, so we do have wine. Having said that, Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone.